Good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for celebrating 20th anniversary. They are never celebrated in advance, so we can celebrate it later. And of the for the Center of Educational Services of MIBACT, but also for this appointment, for this rendezvous to look at the challenges in Europe and challenges in Europe to look ahead in the future. We look at the future of educational programs, which may be future of 20 years, and this is one of the few cases when you can plan with a certain advance and you can plan the future with a far-sighted approach. We are used to 5 years plans, but sometimes even some months plan or 1 year plan, and this is one of the goals that we should try and achieve to protect our heritage, the other thing that I would like to do and to say is that I would like to say that education, unlike other sectors, raises and points, and especially education to cultural heritage, underlines the difference between diploma, license, the so-called piece of paper, and there is a discrepancy between the diploma and the skills, capabilities, because it's not the same. One thing is know how to do it, and one thing is being able to do it, because I may been graduated as a surgeon, but I've never I don't want to be a surgeon because I've never practiced being a surgeon. While in the educational sector, sometimes there is an overlapping of these two things. I can tell you that after so many appeals for context and other appeals and complaints for some reasons, for acknowledgements of diplomas and so on and so forth. This has this value, but this has equivalent value, so it's tantamount to. Well, this leads us to a scenario of continuous fight that I would not call it trade union fight, because it's an insult for trade unions, but kind of dispute, controversial. And it's a shame that cultural heritage that is protected through the enthusiasm of people. It's a shame that in this sector too, we must cope with jealousies, polemics, injured rights or presumed violation of rights. And therefore, I would like to thank at this point. I would like to warmly thank speakers and audience, and the audience, and obviously I want to thank everybody here today. And my hope is that there will be in this part, we will not underrate the law, because thanks to Avellana monks, this is the right is the stone where the foundation of our action, but the law must regulate skills, competencies. That is, the law is a foundation, not a tool, and the working tool is not the law. But the working tool is admiration, is enthusiasm, and especially humble awareness that until the 19th 19th century. This has been preserved by all the artists. The awareness of not being being the same as predecessors. I apologize. We have 5 or 6 minutes each. I would like to thank you. I don't speak Italian, so I can't speak Italian, and I would like to thank Director General Francesco Scoppola, and the lady from the Center for Educational Services of MIBACT, that is Elisabetta Borgia. Marina Di Bernardo and Susano Corsio, thank you very much for organizing this beautiful conference on the theme of education to heritage. This theme is really paramount, fundamental, basic, because for young people to understand the importance of the heritage. Heritage is history, is geography, is emotion, and this is so important. And it's important to appreciate the beauty, the sense of life. It's a symbol of life, and this theme must get into our education deeply. In the Council of Europe, we also work with a theme of landscape. Landscape is in the Italian constitution, and this view, this is a very broad view, and it's also important that is to take into account landscape too. And I would like to tell you what the Council of Europe does in this theme with historical evolution, that it's really important because there is a French lady who was in the Council of Europe and together with an Italian colleague, and they have been involved in this, in dealing with this theme. The Council of Europe has set up a strategy on cultural heritage, and we think that this certainly leads to a momentum and certainly fosters education initiatives of education and technical training. Thank you. Thank you, Maglone de Champon. And now I would ask Tiziana Maffei to take the floor, but Tiziana Maffei, she's represented by Delle Maresca Compagna, and I would like to say that she was a member of Ufficio Studi, and we would like to recall Italo-Angli. Thank you. I would like to thank the General Director Francesco Scoppola, the audience, the speakers. On behalf of ICOM Tiziana Maffei, who could not come here. I'm very happy to represent her in this venue because I'm particularly in tune with the bodies and the people that have promoted and organized this meeting. Once I took part as a representative of the Ufficio Studi of Ministero of the Ministry. I was a member of the committee that was chaired by Marisa Deleghe-Emiliani, and this committee laid the foundation for renewed commitment of management of cultural assets, and not only because this included also the action of local authorities and universities and all the subjects that intervene in this sector, so that it laid the foundations for renewed commitment of public administrations through the creation of Center for Educational Services of the museum. and educational services of the different agencies. And at that time, we resumed the dialogue with the Ministry of Public Education, now MIUR. Why ICOM? Why has ICOM shared the opportunity to reflect over the all the issues that should orient the action on education to heritage, and why do we want to analyze the problems and the most important problems? You know that because education has always been one of the themes and one of the aims that we are very fond of. The World Organization, non-governmental organization ICOM, includes 41,000 members and includes 137 countries from all over the world. Since its establishment in 1946 in Paris, upon the initiative of the United Nations that led to foundation of UNESCO. UNESCO that after a war that had deranged the world and had opened incurable wounds, it aimed at reconstructing the peace of peoples, amongst peoples through science and culture. And amongst the media identified by UNESCO to spread culture, school, libraries, cinema, press, radio, we thought that a museum could take could play an important role, as Erdelino underlines in 1949 in the ICOM magazine. Thanks to the strength, force of attraction, the museums as places of freedom where there are intellectual, aesthetic paths inspired to values and paths that every visitor may create based on their experiences and sensitivity. And in the museum, the visitor is free. The comments they listen to do not entail a specific behavior. This is a comment from the journal. They may choose whatever they like. They may take notes. They may read text. They may make comparison. And the museum do not force us, and impose a collective thought, but lead the visitor to ponder over things. UNESCO Declaration of 1960, which unfortunately is not very well known. I remember that at that time in the Franceschini Commission it was widespread. Anyway, this declaration aims at making all museums accessible to all, because the museums are centered, they must contribute to intellectual and cultural life of the population, and after underlining the need to establish the relationship between the community and citizens and museums, it underlines importance for schools. There should be establishments that there should be authorities establishing a relationship between museum and schools, and there should be the presence in each museum of professionals responsible for such relationships. Of course, I cannot go through all the steps of the debate that over time led to the definition of museums and the emphasis in 1970 by the General Conference of Grenoble, 1971, the emphasis on museum at the service of human mankind. So museum is seen at the service of society. Recently, in 2015, we had a new recommendation from UNESCO, which on one hand was about protection and promotion of museums, their collections, their diversity, and their role in the society. And was stressing the one of the most important functions of the museum, that is a space of intercultural dialogue, discussion, training, education, and so reminding us of the role that museum play in terms of formal, non-formal, and permanent education. Based on these principles and in close connection with UNESCO, where attention to education is very strong, ICOM launched in over 70 years of activities, launched different activities through different lines of intervention that I will recall quickly. Promotion of the knowledge of the cultural, artistic, ethnographic heritage preserved, stored in the museums. I can remind you of some initiatives, and then training of researchers through courses and seminars, and the aim of, and we also try to achieve the aim of good practices exchange. And there was an ICOM committee. The ICOM committee was established in 1965, the Committee for Education, Cultural Education. And this committee was chaired by Emma Nardi, and 1,500 members join the committee, and with theme meetings, publications. Every year there is an annual journal and collection of the best practices which are available online, and certainly these initiatives are significant. So to close, I cannot but underline the contribution of the Italian committee. Even though we had many practical difficulties, however, our committee has always promoted the philosophy and the approach on education to cultural heritage. I would like to remind you of the fact that the Italian committee promoted the meeting of Italian museum directors and the directors of other museums, US and also Latin American museums, Riviera and de Paris, who had certainly played important roles in ICOM. And we attended international general conferences, technical committees, Argan, Buccarelli, Wittgens, Russoli, Della Perga, Fossitotero. These are some of the members that should be recalled. And so ICOM Italia has created a link with directors of Italian Museum, and has supported the activity of other organizations such as Italia Nostra that played a very important role in experiencing in their experience and their link with the social community. Silvia Mascheroni, now Valeria Pica, have actually chaired this committee, and the committee pays attention specifically to museum collections, and is trying to evaluate the process, the competencies, and has devoted attention to evaluation of processes and competencies. We'll certainly be listening very carefully to what to what will be said during these 2 days, and we can guarantee that we will always strongly support the professional, the Italian museums that have a sort of foresighted approach with respect to their mission. Thank you very much. And now I would ask Eugenio Gaudio, the magnificent rector of La Sapienza, Eugenio Gaudio, La Sapienza, University of Rome. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to bring the welcome from Sapienza, which is represented by Department of Anthropology, Art and Shows here, and in order to I'm happy to be here for this challenge. This is certainly a mission that is very important for the university that I represent, which has a very long history on these themes. This is a challenge that involves us all in Italy, but also in Europe. This is a challenge that is not easy at all, a challenge that is not easy if we want to achieve certain results, and certainly this represents a challenge for Italy, but especially Rome, because in Rome we find most of the heritage of mankind. So we should be in Rome. We are responsible for storing and preserving it and transmitting it. Yes, know-how, to be, and also disseminate this knowledge is very important, because in a liquid world focused on the present, on rapid communication, and little attention to cultural values, which are but an opportunity not to repeat mistakes. We, in a process of globalization, we have a duty to put at the service of the whole planet, and this is the current challenge. Want to take up this challenge, and this is one of the elements to contribute to education, to cultural heritage that multiplies the centers where this is discussed. The future of the country is discussed, the future of Europe, and the importance, the significance of what has been handed over to us by centuries, throughout the centuries, both in tangible and intangible form. So I'm happy that the Ministry, ICOM, Council of Europe, and La Sapienza have joined this initiative, and I do hope that it will be extremely successful. Thank you, and I wish you a good day and successful work. And now I will ask Gaetano Lettieri to take the floor, and Director of Department of Anthropology, Religions, Art and Shows. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Actually, the rector explained what is the sense of this of being here, of our presence here. We are over 100 teachers, and we are one of the largest department, and probably one of the largest department at the university. Why is it important to speak about the relationship between art history and culture? Because art history is not only the study of heritage, but it is the study of cultural identity of a country. This makes me think of Kant. With respect to beauty. Beauty is something that pertains to something that is free, that is not instrumental. So the word heritage is somewhat ambiguous. That tends to give to art history something that must be protected or must be exhibited in a museum because it's part of meaningful past. It is true that in the heritage there is reference to patres, to our ancestors, but I think that art history, because of its cultural importance, is important from an ethical viewpoint for the ethical growth of the society. This is the role of the university, and to go back to the uninterested or free use the Kant was referring to, there is an ethical extent that is art history cannot be neglected, basically. So studying art history and working with the ministry, with the Council of Europe, with museums, with Italian museums and also international museums is a paramount resource for cultural maturity and to avoid civil European and civil illiteracy that is spreading not only in Italy but all over Europe. Thank you. Now, Marco Cammelli, who is president of the Foundation School of Cultural Assets and Activities. Well, first of all, thank you for this invitation and congratulations for this meeting. Well, certainly the school was established not long time ago, and of course I would like to tell you what the three things that are currently existing. That is heritage, that was the school or heritage, the international school that is open to representatives of other countries, that will start after summer, and which is focused on Mediterranean countries. So it will be it's a kind of institutional relationship, and you understand that it has obvious cultural and also non-cultural importance, significance, and also the because of the participation of countries. Some countries are participating, and this confirms that when we work with culture, when we work in the area of culture, this is an important terrain to work in. Everything is ready. We just need the signature of this convention, and so the admission is permanent, and there are mainly two lines, one for the staff and one for this museum staff. This is ready, and we are waiting to complete these activities. Maybe well, yes, these activities might be completed more quickly, but it's not the law that is responsible for that. I'm president of foundation, and as a jurist, I will say something at the end of my speech. Okay, so we will have also research starting, but certainly Dr. Martina De Luca, who is here and who will give you a speech, will talk about that. Anyway, the themes that have been chosen very wisely. They're all important themes in the cultural they're very important for the purposes of cultural education, of course, and we have all representatives and all the discussants, let's say, are from different institutions, European, Italian. I would like to thank Silvia Costa for the results we have achieved. Europe has certainly worked very hard, and And Europe certainly focused on paid attention to a cross-sectional approach, something that was a weakness of Europe, that is not dealing with culture altogether. But this came out naturally. And this can be, and anyway, culture can be found in any sectoral policy. And Italy certainly is not, I'm saying this because sometimes we tend to exaggerate and we are too negative with respect to Italy. Italy has resources, funds, traditions, which are extraordinary. So we should not forget that. Obviously, this is not enough. So restoration, art history, these are strengths and the reasons why other people come to our countries, because they want to know what we are doing, but this is not enough. We have to understand that we need to learn new knowledge. Why? Because we have to learn to read, how to read the context in which I work, the fallout that my activities may have. I have to learn my job. I have to learn how to communicate at the time of communication. You cannot think of managing public structures without knowing how to communicate. And we do not need a university to understand the importance of that. So these are the new knowledge, and school is committed in this, provided that the new knowledge, is not new silos. In October, Frankfurt said we will have cultural silos. That is. There are sectors which are type-proof and which don't see what happens around but I would say that good jurists know that administration is not to implement or to enforce the laws, but to perform the tasks in full compliance with the laws. And so this is what the law is for. Anything else is formalism and does not belong to the law, and it belongs to the never-ending disputes between the different sectors of public administration that probably should be kind of set aside. I will now ask Laura Pocci to take the floor. Laura Pocci from MIUR. Good morning, everybody. And I would like to welcome you on behalf of General Director Merina, that was not possible to join us. So I represent the general direction that takes care of first and second level courses of AFAM, so Academy of Fine Arts, Dance, ICEA, Conservatoires, that is all the artistic sectors that organizes courses which are equivalent to university degrees according to recent legislation 2012. As general direction of AFAM, we are certainly involved in the management and protection of cultural assets, mainly because in the Academy of Fine Arts, where the future artists are trained, in these academies, there are so many goods and items that are protected, cultural assets, paintings, sculptures, books in libraries, anything that is useful for educational purposes, but which have a value, and because they are cultural assets. And actually some academies have become museums, such as Galleria of Accademia di Firenze. And we are even more involved because sometimes the very venues of the academies are cultural assets, because they often are in the historical center of cities, in beautiful places, and there is a constraint of the ministry in terms of landscape and artistic and landscape constraints. So AFAM deals and works in this sector and has long since cooperated with the Ministry of Cultural Heritage. And as regards education to heritage, with our institutions, we are called to train the trainers to provide the cultural tools which will be used both for the use of cultural assets and for the knowledge, and and therefore the knowledge is then disseminated. And obviously our first thought is courses of restoration that Director Scoppola mentioned before. And we have different institutions, academies that organize these courses, 5 years courses that enable these people to work as a restorer. And it is worthwhile to mention 2 other courses which are consistent with the themes that will be dealt with in this meeting. That is the course of communication and enhancement of cultural artistic heritage. There is a school, so many academies have started these courses which train experts not only in the field of communication, as President Camelli was saying before, so training experts that may help both users, visitors to better understand the cultural heritage, but also to enjoy these assets. And we want to create experts that may organize cultural events. So these are all new job profiles that are well linked to the themes that we are dealing with today. And the theme plus art history, and because we all have academic diplomas, and all these diplomas are equivalent to the university degree. And so this the activity of our ministry in this respect is very important. Then to close, I may mention some working groups, one on restoration and the other one on heritage to unveil. That was established some years ago after a meeting that was held in 2003 in Naples. That is heritage preserved and stored in the museums and in academies of fine arts. And at that time, what the meeting was aiming at was to draft guidelines to protect these assets. And the conclusion was the publication of a book that deals with these themes. We're almost on time, so. And before we actually will have the first speech by Silvia Costa, and we will have Edvige Massantuono. Please, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I represent the Department of the Student Integration and Participation. In our department, we work within the Department of Education, and we work with children since 2.5 years to state exams, and today there is the second test. We have we have organized Olympic Games in our department, classical civilization civilization and philosophy. Classic civilization Olympic Games were organized with MIBAC and with museums, and we have selected different venues. One in particular was very successful because it was coupled not only with the study of ancient languages, but the culture of heritage, the one that was held in Salerno in cooperation with Museum of Paestum. And you can just imagine the landscape and the scenery. And then we should also remember that heritage is not something per se. It's something that is circular. It's something that belongs to every one of us. And as Valerio Massimo Manfredi, the archaeologist, writes, we must create a sense of belonging in young people. Culture is not a separate item. The heritage is not something dead, something that is no longer alive and is in the museum. We must have the heritage alive. And after all these experiences with students, with young people, maybe our young people have probably wrong information from the press because you work what is said about young people on the press is not really true, because actually our students are really have a passion. It's not only the study and culture, but it's a job opportunity. It's a huge opportunity for young people. And if it were better understood and better communicated to young people with this activity, if it were better disseminated and spread to young people, I would say that the return is incredible. So belonging to territory, belonging to community, and making young people understand that all the goods, that we have is theirs, that they have to carry it, and it's a huge opportunity. It's a huge working opportunity. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you. I would like to thank the audience, and we can start the proceedings. We can open officially the proceedings. I would like to start right away, no interruption. Sorry if I'm somewhat pressing on time, but it's a very busy agenda, so we should try and stick to our time limits. Thank you, Silvia. Thank you for this great opportunity you have given me. And I came back from Brussels last night. Thank you to Director General Francesco Scoppola, the Rector of the University, and Gaudio also, and Martina De Luca. You're so many. I know all of you. I know Martina, what she did, and especially representing MIBAC and Italy in the very important discussion that was coordinated by Mina Shekitano, who will speak tomorrow about professional qualifications in heritage. So I will not get into this theme. Obviously, I'm very happy to see the representative from the Council of Europe. That was very important, especially, and she played a very important role in the latest recommendations. Maguelone Deschamps Dolores Alvarez Rodriguez also. And I think that we are at point where we are really happy about what we have done. Kamali was saying this, and we have worked very hard. We can say that European Union over the past few years has certainly changed its cultural policies, and especially those that put in their focus on cultural heritage, tangible, intangible, and digital. And digital culture is certainly, or cultural heritage is very important also in terms of access to heritage, but obviously with the duties of digital ecosystem. You know how many battles we fought on copyright, widening access to culture anyway, and here the relationship between rights, duties, and interest to protect must be absolutely clear. I like this kind of centrality, MIBAC, with a new general direction of education and research, a word that will be more and more important because it has so many applications, but also educational research. This is very meaningful, very important. I apologize from the beginning, even though I'm really very interested in all the other speeches. Unfortunately, for family reasons, I have to leave you at the end of my presentation. I can't do otherwise.
I am part of the Centers for the Education Museum Service in Italy, but also the recommendation of the Council of Europe, very important. And I like this two-day conference in order to reach the conclusion of a chart to the education of cultural heritage for cultural heritage, that is professions, and I like the integrated approach, as you said before, and education to cultural heritage, which is probably the new element of this approach, which stemmed not only with the Faro Convention, which we still have to ratify, we have just signed it. I hope that we will do it, we will ratify it, and the issue concerning education through the practice, the knowledge, and the expression, which is artistic and cultural, sometimes not very well highlighted. So today it is so interesting because it comes back. It's a return. It started 10 years ago by few people, and now more people. So culture is the fourth pillar of sustainable development. We find this now in official documents. It means that stakeholders among Europe have accepted it. So culture and cultural heritage in the experience of people, of community, in intercultural dialogue, in jobs, in professions, as well as a resource, social inclusion is resource, and new skills. If culture and heritage, if there's no access to it, and if there's no knowledge to it, so education and heritage and culture have to always go hand in hand, because if all this is lacking, culture does not regenerate itself. We have been saying this for such a long time, and Lydia knows this for years. It was not easy to make this claim at European level, and in the Agenda 2030 within the United Nations, where the term culture is not just the 7 specific goals, but it is across culture. Yes, it's true, but it should have been more timely. In Europe, we're trying to make up for lost time. So now I'm saying this to you. You are so well informed informed and much more expert than I am, and I feel a bit shy, but I say this. You are professionals, institutions in Italy and in Europe, and we in the European Parliament, I hope we have carried out well our job. So cultural heritage means identity, knowledge, relationship with values, relating communities and their values, and also dialogue with different cultures. So there are two different ethical and political dimensions to face, which we have started facing. I appreciated the words by Professor from Sapienza University. Lettieri, I forgot his name, sorry. Ethics and aesthetics go hand in hand. There is an ethic feedback in knowledge today. We, talking about culture in Europe, we are facing the topic of subsidiarity and cultural diversity, two pillars which are very well important in the treaty and the principles of the European Union. And there is a sort of prudence in facing a more explicit strategy to sustain, to support a cultural dimension of European policy. This was a little bit set aside, which can be understood, but we have to show that there's no contradiction between subsidiarity and possibility to have a European policy framework. There's no contradiction between cultural diversity and European identity, which is perceived. There's no contradiction in safeguarding the linguistic diversity and the safeguarding of a spiritual, historic, cultural heritage. In the past few years, these two antinomies have been consolidated. So it was hard work, but it was necessary to overcome this approach, this misleading and antinomic approach. New messages have emerged which have worsened the debate, which have enriched nationalism, and so not always was possible to have an intercultural dialogue because of the failure of multiculturalism. But now Italy talks about multiculturality in its approaches. We know culture nowadays is so important. The well-being of culture and heritage education is multitasking, so to say, that is innovating territories, strategy, a sort of amendment in the torn structures of society, because sometimes the cultural citizenship does not coincide with legal citizenship, also in the sector of healthcare.
Just think of the need for having indicators. I fought a lot as a speaker of Europa Creativa, which is a European program dedicated to the culture of audiovisuals, to have at least a series of open indicators. They cannot be too stiff and rigid, but they must exist in order to guarantee the cultural policies and their effects, which can be acknowledged and compared. Otherwise, everything is always being questioned. And in this respect, because you have to prove once again that it has a positive effect within the research field, within territorial development, within education, and within the social field, and also of the new frontiers of international dialogue. We certainly had an important opportunity, which was to thoroughly analyze this convention, and it has it turns the paradigm upside down. The right to cultural heritage, the right to respect for one's own cultural identity, but in dialogue. And the theme of responsibility towards the heritage and participation and governance of the cultural heritage, which is increasingly a community element, a multi-level element, and made up of participatory processes. So education is a fully fledged element of those dimensions, but not only as a theoretical factor and approach of professionals, but in terms of quality interventions, but also as a cross-sectional factor. And I appreciated very much what was said at the beginning with Francisco Scopoli. I would like to dwell back on this, on the issue of professions and the quality of these professions. Today, it is taken for granted, but we'll discuss it yesterday in more specific details. The professions must be specialized, and the more they must be able to have an interdisciplinary dialogue, an approach which has to pay attention also to the fallout, communication, but also knowledge and making people know and inform people and pay attention to this element of the ability and skills. I think there is another aspect in this issue of quality that we've raised and which has become part and parcel of the action plan, and I'm going to discuss as to the European cultural heritage, which followed European year, and meaning to ask for a framework. We don't dare talk of regulation, but we talk about framework, to be a little bit lighter, which defines that all of those who, let's say, put their hands on the heritage, which deal with that at professional level, be they people, individuals or businesses, must have specific features, specific qualifications which have to be mutually recognized, and a higher level of reliability. This is an issue which seems for us Italians probably a bit redundant, but I can guarantee you there are very sensitive situations, because when calls for tenders are issued on heritage, there is a dumping which takes place not only from the price point of view, but also in terms of quality of intervention. So in this case, equal opportunities means for Italy a wonderful competitive advantage. This issue has been put on the table, and we had the debate of the European Year of Cultural Heritage, which we strongly wanted as European Parliament. Today we wouldn't be talking of an agenda in this field. Therefore, what do we have as a theme also on the background, or better, in the front of the issue of education to heritage? The fact that the Italian cultural heritage is being actually used and consumed. It is the most widespread, but we need to fill in a gap, because, and I give you an example, the famous Scandinavian countries have 80% of grown-ups at least once a year to go and visit a historic artistic site, and this in Italy is less than 30%. I think this is a challenge for everybody. So it's more than fair that also in your charter, as you hinted, there is this attention paid to a different type of governance. Maybe many, I wouldn't say too many, actors in a disorganized way have intervened, but we need to set targets and organization, because we have wonderful experiences in museums, in the biotech, in archives, in schools, but this is still not too well connected. So I think we need to work more on educating people to be curious about knowledge. We need to involve people, and I would like also to mention the action for education to heritage approved in 2017, and I think that museums as spaces of freedom and spaces of service are formally acknowledged and recognized as places for teaching and educational service centers. But I think we've been going on reduced the number of history of art classes in curricula, and we have decreased the requisites in the requisites, and I would like to hear who is going to take on responsibility in this respect. Over the years, what have you done in Europe? What's the legacy since 2014, which is the most recent Parliament term, which allowed a quantum leap? I've been in the European Parliament for 10 years now, and since the beginning of the previous term, together with the ENG and with many other directors general, and not always with a huge attention by the Commission, we have activated a series of relations and indications which went in the direction of identified specific strategies which could consider in a more transversal way objectives and new approaches. The first one was the Green Book of 2011 on cultural creative companies, which is the most quoted one still today as an element to try and make people understand what the situation right now is. If we identify the 12 areas which have been defined, and many of them cross the issue of heritage, like services, innovative services, relationship between the digital world and the cultural heritage, we talk about approximately 5% of European GDP with 6 million employees. But if we expand that to design, fashion, we talk of 12 million employees and the GDP, which is equivalent to that of the automotive sector in Europe. From that moment on, for certain people who paid more attention to economic production and employment aspects in Europe, there has been an awareness that the issue culture maybe was worth a higher level of attention. Hence the fact that within the new program on industry, within the European structural funds, which in our case 90% go to regions, but we also have the organizational program, the issue of creative cultural companies, smart specialization on culture in these aspects, innovation of the heritage, the use and consumption of heritage, digitalization of heritage. Only 10% of the European cultural heritage is digitized, and this is a big challenge for digitalization. They become fully fledged elements of this programming, because if it is not included in programming, they cannot be funded. Today, on the contrary, it is possible to fund them. Then we worked on the important issue of the communication by Commissioner Basilio in the previous term as to the cultural heritage. I've been the chair of the Culture Committee, and I asked the Parliament to react with an initiative report which listed among the various options and objectives all of the things you mentioned today: education, heritage as an integrated management and participatory management. Has been very important initiative by the Italian presidency, which acted as a driving force. At Palace Veneria, there was a conference among all of the ministries of culture on the issue of the participatory governance of cultural heritage and the new management models of the heritage. And this led to a report which at the end was acknowledged and led to the calling of the European Year of Culture. At the beginning, the Commission said no. We heard them saying no more European years, but we needed a kind of catalyst, an element to shed light on this. We turned around. At the end, Juncker said yes. So this past year, I'm not mentioning the 60,000 initiatives or the 10 transnational initiatives on the central issues, but what happened actually, if we look it from there, for the first time, this cross-sectional element was no longer just a wish, a desire, but it was a management model. At the beginning, we had to pull the jacket of various directorates general, while on the contrary, it was a spontaneous participation by the 17 directorates Directorates General, the Commission, the Parliament was sitting at that table. The stakeholders at selected European level were sitting at that table together with the governments, the ministries, which meant that for a year we had a kind of driving element, and we could continue to work in terms of bringing concrete changes in policies, because the risk was that we would have programs but not policies. It's typical of Europe. The Erasmus program is an instrument of a policy, but we need also the broader educational policy. So policy is assisted by programs and resources. Today we can speak of a policy because after the European Year of Culture we have today, first of all, managed to establish the fact that culture and education for the human sustainable development are central elements. We repeated that heritage is a growing resource in terms of wealth, well-being, cohesion and development, and from the economic and social and entrepreneurial points of view. And we said that there's a powerful storytelling because the heritage is a metaphor in itself on how identities are plural, and how what matters is that the values are shared, are common. The identities are dynamic and plural, and we've said that without a cultural dimension, Europe could not hope, as it aspires to, and it is written in its richest strategies, Europe could not hope to be a global actor in a multipolar world. And it was important that Mogherini and Rancic have taken this commitment seriously and have been a rapporteur in Parliament, that we are now have a new strategy at European level for cultural international relations. We were not started from scratch. We have an experience of cultural relations. We do have an experience of cultural diplomacy, but now finally we have an organized framework where we have the actions, resources from various directorates on this issue. And first and foremost, we have an agenda with some priorities, also from a geographical point of view. For instance, the Balkans and Mediterranean have now become the priorities of this new cultural agenda. And then a small thing, which seems to be a secondary element, which is very important. It is compulsory for all the EU third country agreements to have promotion of culture, cooperation in terms of cultural heritage, fighting cultural assets trafficking, and in particular education and research as parts and parcels of the bilateral agreements. And this is a step towards that cross-sectional aspect. From this point of view, I think we laid the foundations for having the three pillars we have today after the European year and after the end of this parliamentary term. First of all, we asked that finally, on the basis of these strategies, the European agenda for culture had to be renewed, which was stuck at 2007. Now, as of 2017-18, we have a new agenda which will have a multi-year development, which is based on these 4 or 5 guidelines, especially continuing in this cross-sectional relationship of policies, the cultural dimension of all policies. The second is that we asked the Parliament to reject it, to accept this idea that with 2018 the beacon on heritage would be shut off. Now we have a multi-year working plan on European cultural heritage, European plan on the cultural heritage. Which are the points of this plan? I need to reach conclusions. The 4 keys, conceptual keys, have been included, which were at the basis of the heritage, namely the issue of protection, engagement, sustainability, and innovation. These were the 4 keys which were a source of inspiration for the countries and the 10 transnational actions which took place. And this was important because without bridling creativity, requisites were set to have valuation and monitoring and relaunching on policies. Therefore, we have today a first action. It's not an action, it's actually a first pillar for cultural heritage for inclusive Europe, which provides for mapping mapping of the methods and educational methods and tools, education to heritage in schools, in non-formal education, lifelong learning, adult learning, and informal learning. And the aim would be, and the charter could be useful with this respect, which connects to this action, trying and reaching common guidelines and instruments to supplement and protect the intangible cultural assets through education. The other big issue is expanding access to knowledge of heritage, which is an ethical, democratic, and citizenship challenge. And third, there is the issue and theme of the co-financing of the Council of Europe, where we have an agreement with in order to involve more citizens in this mapping. It's not only something top-down, digitization and a European forum is being created of the participants and networks expert in cultural heritage. Interesting thing that over the year there are positive examples, like for instance Horizon, which has added 70 million euro more for something related to the cultural heritage, and this line remains also in the new Horizon. There is also a new attention by the DG Digital, which dealt with mostly audiovisual works. There is now a new line which was started with Commissioner Gabriel with the title which is Digital for Europe, Digital for Culture. Within this new line, which is part and parcel of a new digital program, which is going to be 8 billion for the next 7 years, culture is included, and the skills, the digital skills relating to culture are included. This is for me a fundamental point. The second pillar is the culture heritage for a sustainable Europe. Therefore, this because there will be a new task force also within the Horizon to prepare experts for the management of reuse of buildings and real estate, an important issue which emerged during the European Euro, also in the framework of the religious heritage. The third is the Heritage for Resilient Europe. There is a very interesting study of 2019 because we have approved, as you know that, and this is a very important step forward, the regulation on the import of cultural assets, in particular from countries in conflict. In 2015, the Parliament was the first one to issue a resolution against the intentional destruction of the heritage, because that's a new frontier in countries like Turkey or Syria. Palmyra is a symbol for all of them. We wanted this to be declared as crime against mankind so that heritage could be monitored. The regulation was approved with the very important cooperation of the Carabinieri and the Ministry for Cultural Heritage, and this is a very important step forward. But there's something new which is probably not known to all of you, and this is true for the fourth pillar, the European program of Earth observation. Copernicus is charged with, together has as a mission also monitoring the preservation of cultural heritage at European and world level. The other big issue which will be in the innovative part is that of checking a very in agreement with the Erasmus program, also those skills and profiles which risk to go lost. We don't mention them, we don't call them arts and crafts. Everything is there. There are also specific top quality skills which must be innovated, and without them, without those skills, without that competence, we risk losing most of our know-how in relation to the heritage. The fifth is the one related to heritage for stronger global partnerships, and we're already working on this, in particular with the Western Balkans, because cultural cooperation becomes a form to anticipate the expansion towards the Balkans and Creative Europe, which is the other important pillar, which I'm a rapporteur of, which is the program dedicated to this field. We have included for the first time the cultural heritage as a permanent intervention line. At the beginning, the culture part was more general. Now we have a specific line, cultural heritage architecture. We have a line on design, and we have a line on publishing to promote also this important issue of heritage, that is dissemination of books. I suggested a pilot project for the creation of European libraries. This project was started, and this project stands in agreement with UNIC, which is the European network of all of the national cultural institutes, which are today important partners. Not only strategies towards the rest of the world, bringing European culture abroad, but also the idea is to have a higher level of cooperation and prove that Europe can be able to keep together diversities and unity. The last thing I would like to say is how we have within Erasmus strengthened the issue of education to heritage, education, the arts and cultural education, the issue of skills, and first and foremost, and you know that Erasmus has 3 actions: that of individual mobility, so students from academies, conservatories can use Erasmus, but we extended that to 2 years after diploma to strengthen, and we don't have enough here, to strengthen partnerships. The second key action of Erasmus are partnerships between schools, universities, associations. Cultural institutions must be involved much more. In Italy we have wonderful experiences. Santa Cecilia has established a partnership with 12 music organizations that for 3 years they have created new professional skills. In this I see Italy being present, but probably not enough with the institutions which can pave the way. Conservatories have done a lot. They are in partnership not only among themselves but also help young musicians to get internships with other European institutions. This is a fundamental issue. I would like to close by saying that I'm quite proud because after a long period of time we managed to have this new thing be approved. For mobility we basically have Erasmus, but Erasmus is within the training educational process when these people go around participating program when they're still under education, while for cultural artistic aspects I think that it is important to do that when the beginning of their career. This new program, experimental program is established, will be permanent in Creative Europe, the European Mobility Program for artists, creatives or professionals of culture, the title of which is Portunus. I was quite curious and I said, let's give a symbolic name like Erasmus. I thought Sophia was already used. Portunus. When I saw the meaning and I knew who Portunus was, I was quite happy. Portunus was the god, Roman god, of ports and doors which are opened. Portunus is the small temple which is not visited, you know very well, I discovered it, near the Temple of Vesta here in Rome. It's quite interesting because we then go back again, and I close by saying that we have another important thing to say about the post-European year. We have the fact that the networks have grown and be strengthened. European networks of stakeholders, of professionals, professions and institutions. Just think that in Europe, more than 70 regions, 5 of them are Italian, have chosen culture, cultural heritage and cultural tourism as smart specializations. So I think that this work, teamwork, and I can tell that very openly and frankly, which probably also upon drive by the Italian presidency in 2014, which had closed the Council of Ministers with those for strategic indications. We've done our work in Parliament. The Ministry of Cultural Heritage supported us together with the Ministry of Education and Research, together with many professional stakeholders, European networks, NEMO, Europa Nostra, ICOMOS, and others. I think that this is the important issue, and I suppose that in your charter you have hinted at this multi-level and participated governance. You have that. Without this, it's difficult. We've seen wonderful projects, completed projects, the outcome of which remained just closed in rooms, which didn't bring culture to others. Wonderful, innovative experiences that we have in our country, which are not calculated. I think we must. I feel this responsibility out of my choice for reasons which are personal reasons. I closed my experience as a European parliamentary member. I think, however, that the problem is not power, but being able to do. I like to be useful to the cause of not losing the formal and informal networks and the dialogue which took place on these issues, which made the awareness and culture grow in relation to the need of the cultural aspects of European policies. Otherwise, it's the European project which is not being saved and rescued, and I think this is the responsibility we have in our hands. I'm very happy to be here because the core of this great opportunity and responsibility is in your hands, those who deal with education, training and research, and I really hope that in MIBAC this is going to be placed at the core, because that's the engine of perspective and future policies of this ministry. Thank you.
Now we give the floor to Magellan Deschamps, and we go on. We do not take any breaks because we have a very busy agenda. I will speak English because the translation, there will be translation into English. My text is actually in French, so I will try and follow it. You know that, first of all, I would like to say that it's a great honor for me to be here in Italy, and in this beautiful hall, historical hall, and just in front of the Trevi Fountain. This is a symbol of cultural heritage, which is very important. I would like to introduce you to some activities of the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe is an organization that started working after the Second World War, and now 47 states are members of this convention. You know that the main goals are human rights, democracy, and state of rights, but since the beginning, the Council of Europe has paid attention to heritage and qualitative development of countries and the values of nature, culture, education, which are at the heart of these activities. You see the geographical scope of this, and some of the programs are joint programs, and we work hand in hand with countries such as Azerbaijan, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine. And the Council of Europe is an organization which of course deals with the rule of law, and over the past few years some international conventions were signed because this is very important, because convention is the basis for a national legislation, and here you have a list of conventions on nature, 3 on cultural heritage, archaeology, which is also very important for cultural heritage, architecture and landscape, where cultural heritage is is also involves the territory, and all these conventions are very important because they provide a legal foundation of our work. And the Committee of Ministers, which gathers foreign ministers from the different countries, and this means that these conventions do not involve only the specialized ministers, that is, Minister of Education, of Culture, or whatever. They have to listen to what this recommend. You see the recommendations, recommendation on the heritage. These are very important and are still alive, and they're very useful as a reference, a text of reference. They represent a very important text. Of course, I don't want to read them all, but you see the keywords: territory, development, and also development of awareness, and educational materials for primary school, the importance of cultural heritage for the society, and also contribution, the recommendation to contribute to the to landscape convention for sustainable development. Since this conference is so important for cultural heritage, I would like to focus on the first, which deals with education to heritage. The Committee of Ministers made said something very important: a tool to give significance, to give a meaning to the future. And this is very important, especially for children, because if they know history and if they know heritage, they can orient to the future with a very important cultural background. This convention defines and gives a definition of cultural heritage. I don't want to dwell upon the definitions, but it's very important. It's very important to define what is education to heritage, which are the most important stakeholders, organizations working in this field, and which are the different classes of heritage, how to manage all this, because usually we all agree on principles, on the main ideas, but how is this transformed into concrete working methods? How does it result in concrete working methods? And this is what we have to do in the future. There are developments and we have to put it into practice. We have to foster initiatives to support the work of organization, associations working in this sector, because they play a very important role and perform a very important activities for the community, for the countries. So there must be a push in this respect. We have to assess the results, which is necessary to do that. And we have to insist on administrative measures, mobility of young people, students, teachers, to open their minds and to develop educational services. Obviously, funding is very important as well, and all these activities must be supported. So we are very happy to hear the presentation by Silvia Costa. European Union certainly has funds available, and it supports our activities more and more. And last year, the year of EU cultural heritage, was a very important year because it pushed and it created a momentum this year, foster visibility at political level, because this must be visible, especially to draw financing. You see that all this must be explained and documented. We need educational materials because quite often teachers agree on the fact that when they teach students, they need very clear educational materials available to them. But of course, all this should should be mandatory in the curricula and in educational programs. So this is something that should be included and should be mandatory in schools. And the Council of Europe also contributes to making these materials available, and materials have to be exchanged between countries to understand what each country is doing, because they may learn something interesting. So, and you can borrow from another country. This is a very interesting book which has been written with the cooperation of Lidia Ronchesi. Probably Lidia Ronchesi will introduce it, will present it, and Lidia Branchesi. I read it several times. It's very interesting. What is written in this book continues to be valid and apply. And the Committee of Ministers approved other recommendations. There are, but I don't want to dwell upon that. What is important is that new generations must take part in the development of the territory, and they must participate in impact studies, in projects, and they must be aware of the importance of heritage, because it's very easy to lose very important assets if you are not, if you don't have awareness. On the other hand, if you are aware, if you have knowledge, you can take part in the process to avoid these mistakes, because urban development is so fast that many things are lost. So quite often we are not aware of these treasures that we have. Convention on Landscape has a specific article on education. And there are also other recommendations that complemented this Convention on Landscape, and to put the emphasis on these ideas and to disseminate these ideas. Second recommendation is about the materials for children. I was told to speak about the new strategy, the strategy adopted by the Council of Europe in 2017 on cultural heritage for Europe in the 21st century. It's very important. Why? Because there is a specific chapter on education, and this states that it's necessary to complement, to better integrate cultural heritage into school curricula. And I think that this is a key phrase. It must be based on multidisciplinary and cross-sectional approach. It must develop skills. It must encourage young people to love art. And this is what we have in museums, because this is extremely important. This is the challenge. This is the challenge. Obviously, we have much, but it's also important to continue to work and to commit ourselves to facilitate and to make people understand this work, because it's not only work, but it's about profession, it's about a job, it's about practices. We must develop respect for the others, and this must be included in the school curricula. In some cases we have some guidelines to adjust school curricula and to teach teachers, or to train teachers. It's important to foster the dialogue between schools and museums and other centers, cultural centers, libraries. Of course, these are all jobs of public interest, and all these people must perform their activity and must make this a priority. I think that this is paramount for Italy, because Italy is, as a whole, has a large part of the heritage. must be specialized. Of course, we have to go digital. Digital is important, but it's not only digital or digitalization. And museums are very important, play a very important role. We work a lot on this in the past within the the Council of Europe. There is the European class of heritage. That is, we started in 1919 with seminars, Maison Lafitte, and Desenzano, 1993 in Italy. And when I think that when you start dealing with a topic, you have to consider what has been done in the past, so not to repeat, and to head towards the same direction. Then there is another project that was achieved, whose title is The City Under the City. Rome is a perfect example. That was very interesting for students, for trainees to learn archaeology, to know the history of the city. And this is a beautiful project. Another project is Europe from one road to another, that is trying to explain students how buildings and architectures are different depending on the countries. And this is there are many explanations of how this is a leaflet, that brochure that was translated in many languages, Europe from one road to another. And it includes an experience with children taking pictures of different items of cultural heritage, and they explained how interesting it was. Other countries like Tunisia and Morocco were also involved in this project. Then I would like to remind you of the fact that we also have the European Day of Heritage every year. You see, these beautiful activity monuments, places that are open to the public, to visitors. Some initiatives were carried out last year and started last year, and they are still ongoing, and some are for young stakeholders. So this is very important to promote education to heritage amongst young people. Last year, the topic, the art of sharing. This year instead, last year was the art of sharing, and this year is art for fun, art as entertainment. Next year it will be heritage and education. This is the topic of European Day for Heritage, and I'm sure that the charter you are creating on education will be visible during the year. And now I'd like to spend some words. I don't want to focus too much on the landscape because this meeting is not about the landscape, but I would like to spend some words on this. There is the convention has an article on education to the landscape and training, and the Council of Europe tried to bring together all the policies that have been developed so far, and you can find them on our website. So exhibitions were organized. For example, this is a painting from children of Armenia, how they see the landscape, and then also objects of cultural heritage. I must mention this because this was done last year in Tropea, and with Martina De Luca, and also the people responsible of Ministry of Cultural Heritage in cooperation with Regione Calabria and Regione Basilicata. So this was the landscape for children of primary school, secondary school, and also permanent training, permanent education, sorry. And this was very important because it was a day of landscape and education to landscape. We have an alliance for the award, landscape award. There are many projects that were developed. One was landscape and education in Catalonia, and this in Slovenia. There are landscape architects that certainly educate and train children in some municipalities of the Czech Republic. The mayors decide to bring all the inhabitants of the city, of the country, to the village, to go sightseeing, to learn the story of the place, and maybe accompanied by people of the village. This is done in Czech Republic, especially in abandoned areas. How to educate people about this place is to explain to children how the heritage was destroyed and abandoned, because this is becomes derelict, and you give an opportunity to these children of knowing this. For example, in the cultural heritage, the area of Agrigento, the temples of Agrigento, how to revive this archaeological park. For example, there were books on education and training, education for children, education to heritage, and these materials are used for education on archaeological heritage. This is, for example, a text on landscape and cultural heritage that was translated in English and French, and also in the original language, because teachers locally started to learn and were teaching languages using this text. So you can do that. You can use poems and literature, and this is very important. This is an open space, public space. You see the Trevi fountain. This is an asset in a public space because it gathers people, puts people together, and allows to share feelings. Then universities are organizing are also getting organized on this. And I would like to close by explaining that this is very important, because I remember having met once a professor from Genoa. He told me, if we miss the opportunity of next generation, if we lose next generation, everything will be lost. So we have to educate and train young people and kids, and this is paramount. We have to make them aware of the treasures that we have. We must do something positive for the future. All this because young people are the adults of the future. They will make decisions. It's not us making decisions in the future. They will decide whether to preserve, to destroy, or to enhance the heritage. And I would like to close with a quotation. I think it was from Latvia, probably. I don't know. Anyway, the landscape is an open book, and when people live in neglected areas, they destroy themselves, and this is very important. So it's very important to take this into account. It's important to promote education. It's important to learn, to see, to look, but as our director Scopola said, with a view, but with the senses of human being, and with the brain of a human being. In the book, the heart is also mentioned, and I must say that I like this very much. Thank you.
Buongiorno, grazie.
Good morning. Thank you, Director General, for the presentation, for the introduction. Good morning to all. It is a pleasure for me being here with you all in this wonderful city. This is the best city in the world to talk about cultural heritage and to the education to it. I would like to continue in Italian, but it's impossible, so I will continue in English.
In my speech, after these stimulating ideas that we have this morning, I will focus on the issue of heritage education as a relatively recent field of study that is gaining importance and present in recent years, field of study and, of course, field of research. The heritage education in the last decades have been object of revision in the academic literature, as well as a topic of study in meetings and conferences in an international scope. And there are indicators about the interest that the subject arose today. Only in a very close to me environment, I can list some milestones. For example, in the last year, conference and seminar, international conference and seminar, massive open online course that is being launched this year by the University of Granada, my university. Also networks and, of course, research papers, doctoral theses, master degree theses. Even this conference that we are today here is a reflect of that interest. But specifically in Spain, I must highlight two instruments of national scope that are crucial today. These tools are the Plan Nacional de Educación Patrimonial within the Spanish Cultural Heritage Institute, depending on the Ministry of Culture and Sport of Spain, and the Observatorio de la Educación Patrimonial de España. It depends on the Estatal Agency of Research, the Ministry of Science, Innovation and University. Both are applied to formal and non-formal education context, and both have between their action, research and innovation. So the first one, that is the National Education Heritage Plan, has three pillars: that research and innovation, new line, for example, new line of research, integration of technologies and new models of teaching and learning, innovation in resource for the interpretation of heritage, evaluation models, promotion of a research group, and networks, creation of networks. Also, training of professionals, teachers, educators, researchers, mediators, cultural agents, and so. And the third one will be the spread and communication between communication, the web, meetings, and so. And the other instrument is the Observatory of Heritage Education in Spain, which aims at collect projects and programs to do a repository, analyze them, promote evaluation and research related with projects and programs in heritage education, and it is depend, as I said, of research agency of the National Research Agency of Spain. Okay, here we have the Institute of Cultural Heritage of Spain, el Instituto del Patrimonio Cultural de España, which the main mission is research, conservation, and restoration of cultural heritage from a multidisciplinary perspective. And this institute have developed some plans. One of the plans is the National Plan de Educación Patrimonial, el Heritage Education National Plan. The concept of, or the idea of heritage education takes us to cultural heritage. Cultural heritage has been revised in the last years, and this evolution allows us to talk about heritage as vision focused on people, individuals and groups or communities, and also consider the attention to the processes, the character that is procedural, and also the evolving character, that is mean changing character. What we are habituated to talk about heritage and historicist connotations and centered in objects within an object that we must preserve, but we also talk about bieni culturali, monuments, and we talk about transmission. This is a new concept of cultural heritage. In that new concept, we must take into account the active and creative aspect related with heritage. That is, the value of cultural heritage is conferred by individuals or group. This is how the identity is formed. So identity is formed also by experience, and experience, the cultural heritage, this occurs in a context. Today, the context for learning for culture is mediated in a large extent by technologies. It has changed specifically the way we relate to culture. We speak of knowledge society as an evolution of information society. The information society, when the use of computer media become common, networks such as internet was arise, all the information was increasing based in images and audiovisual, multimedia, hypertext, has given way to the knowledge society, but the importance that today has the continuous training and the knowledge management. The conversion of knowledge, the conception of knowledge as subject has been renewed by a new conception of knowledge that is applied knowledge. So we have the lifelong learning in a digital world. We are constantly learning, fluency of knowledge. Nothing is as we have been told. Everything is changing. And then arise this framework of competences as a current paradigm of knowledge. Competences means practical and applied knowledge, demonstrable and efficient. So we have now this paradigm of key competences for lifelong learning. We can define key competences as those that all individuals need to develop for full personal development, for employment, and for social inclusion, and for active citizenship. It's a combination of knowledge, skill, and attitude. It's a combination in a dynamic way. We have defined 8 key competences. All of them, in some way, are related with heritage education, but we have specifically the last one, cultural awareness and expression, that we can define as the appreciation of the importance of creative expression of ideas, experience, and emotion in a range of media. Cultural knowledge includes an awareness of local, national, and European cultural heritage and their place in the world. Some of the skills related with these competences are related with appreciation and also with expression. And it means a solid understanding of one culture and a sense of identity, and also respect for diversity of cultural expression, positive attitude or creativity, and also of course the participation in the cultural life. In the other hand, United Nations in 2015 adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, that is the framework that organizations and institutions all over the world we have for thinking in the future of people and thinking in the future of planet. So with this, we have this new framework for research and for innovation, particularly in heritage education, related with the idea of lifelong learning. There is no barrier frontiers between formal, non-formal, and informal education, and lifelong learning, and also related with the key competences, that is a practical knowledge, transdisciplinary knowledge, and also we have the 2030 goals, and this is the new framework for research and innovation, also in heritage. We come back to the year of cultural heritage, the last year, in this very stimulating year that we have seen. We have in the previous conference, we have this European framework of action on cultural heritage. And I remember that we have 5 areas of action, 5 pillars. These are all also related with education. But in particular, I am thinking about the first one, participation or access for all the people. So this conveys some action and activities related with non-formal, formal on all people. That is a circle that conveys to all lifelong learning that we was talking about. Sorry. So the basis idea is the relative placement of education in 5 approaches to multicultural education from power, knowledge, relationships. In one side of this continuous, we have the teaching, or the idea of teaching what is culturally different, and then we have the focus on human relationships, the single group studies. Then we have being aware of the cultural democracy, and to finish, in the other side, the possible social reconstruction. So there are 5 approaches to heritage education that we must move in that continuous dial, from one side to the other. So thinking about that heritage is creation of meaning, and this means creation of identity. So in this new conception of culture, culture is defined as people's way of perceiving, believing, evaluating, and behaving, affected by environment, the economic system, and even the modes of production. Culture is learned through enculturation, living it, and socialization, that is formalization in school, in instruction, in educational system. So it's shaded by the most of its members, and is adaptive, and of course is dynamic. Culture is a transitional process made through alliance, negotiations, or even casual relationships. We should think on diversity of cultures. For example, high cultures, hippie, adolescent subcultures, the diversity of cultures that we have today. So cultural discourse is fragmented in many ways. Ethnic, class, and gender difference comes from different symbol systems. We have the different competences, conveys variety of values, many of them in conflict. It's a possibility that it is in conflict. So meaning, understanding, and intuitive insight are elusive more than even before. So thinking in that, the purpose of heritage education is to contribute to the understanding of the social and cultural worlds we, even the audience, thinking about a museum, for example, inhabit. Create meanings through interpretation and understanding. To conclude, the idea is how can we that? Indeed, there is no conclusion. There are some tasks to do. I propose that a model based on experience. This model, the idea conveys to think in cultural heritage as a changing and fluid reality of intellectual resources capable of being experienced and used in different valid purposes. In the other hand, to accept the different meaning created by the audience in their experience within the heritage from the identity, needs, or interests they have. So we have the transdisciplinary and transculturality of the heritage, and then the particular cultural identity and meaning related with the heritage that the people convey the community, even the individuals. In this, from the pedagogical point of view, we use dialogical pedagogy with reception and production, even in artistic terms, are simultaneous. So thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Interviene Marisa Dall'Aia.
Now the floor to Marisa Dall'Aia Emiliani. We are almost on time. Go ahead. The title of my speech is Policies for Education to Cultural Heritage in Italy, being aware in the past and the choices in 1998 and subsequent success and progress. The speakers before me have drawn a European framework which is moving ahead, tending toward a shared future for knowledge, for recognizing, even though we did not talk about the processes of cultural property and the social and responsible use of cultural heritage as the basis of democratic life in the countries of our continent. These are the goals where the strategies are converging. The strategies of the European Parliament through the Commission of Culture and Education, which has just concluded its term as mandate. Very interesting listening to Silvia Costa and the initiatives taken by her and by the European Commission, especially in the European Year of Heritage, which was last year. And these goals seem to converge, the goals of the European Parliament as well as the goals by actions, long-standing actions of the Council of Europe. We really wish that what has been started can go ahead and find a new drive forward in the new elected parliament, even though with many difficulties which emerge, and with the hope that education to cultural heritage becomes more and more a cross-sectional topic in schooling and discipline of training in the universities of Europe. This goal is still very distant, but it is a research terrain, according our colleague from the University of Granada. My task is to shift the focus from Europe to Italy. The voices of participants in different sessions of the conference will make us understand where we are today and where we are heading concerning education to cultural heritage. The speakers after me, architect Scoppola, for example, in charge of the General Directorate Education and Research of the MIBAC Ministry. And that was unthinkable 20 years ago, but this directorate was created 5 years ago. He will give you a hint of the functions of the ministry and also the critical aspects which did not hinder the ministry to go ahead and to carry out this meeting. It's a way of evaluating and relaunching the situation. I think I have to contribute with memories. That is, where do we come from? We living in Italy, the beautiful country. I am convinced that today's strategies can be understood and acted only if we consider the past, the long distance past. I will make little summaries. I leave the conscience which stemmed in the Renaissance period and the Ancien Regime as a public duty. I would like to emphasize that after the political unity of Italy in 1860, when Italy was united, that is to build a national culture, Italian culture, together with the issue of the language. We have to think about Italian literature, for example, Manzoni or Pascoli or De Santis. Think about the cultural heritage and artistic patrimony which had a crucial role. Think about the minutes of the international conferences organized by Pasquale Villari. The role was immediately recognized to the hard work of Adolfo Venturi, who in 1901, when the first law safeguarding Italy was enacted, was the chair, the professor of art history in Sapienza University for the first time in order to promote artistic culture and train experts. And this is another stage. This leads us to another stage. In 1923, the first modern reform of the entire education system, the so-called Gentile reform, with the introduction of teaching art history within schools. Italy is this unique country in the world which has professors specialized in humanities in Italy. Knowing the knowledge of our cultural heritage must be cross-sectional, but I believe that it is an extraordinary resource which is typical of Italy, unique of Italy. Since one century ago, Italy has had always a person devoted to training and educating experts in cultural property and in artistic property, long-standing artistic property since time immemorial till today. As Sir Ernst Gombrich said some years ago, nobody needs to study art history like Italian have to. It's a joke, but it's always updated. The Gentile reform characterized culture and cultural property of our country in a very specific way. And it has also determined a little fault because the presence of art history as a subject in schools only for high school only for high schools before 1962. And then after 1962, also art subject was introduced. So this has slowed down educational programs in our museums, because the subject was taught only at schools, unlike the United States. In the post-war period, after the first didactic sections were set up in the great Italian museums, for example, Borghese Gallery or Uffizi Museum, the turning point took place in the 70s by acknowledging the social role of museums in line with international guidelines, and with the radical administrative reforms of the preservation of cultural heritage at a regional level as well. And then the Ministry of Cultural Heritage has cut down the historic link with the Ministry of Instruction in Education and Research. Exactly at that time, a new focus was shed on the territory, which is the spread cultural property. Think about the campaigns for the Institute of Cultural Heritage and Environmental Heritage, for example, in the region of Emilia-Romagna, to the historic centers for landscape in Italy, or the many educational projects cooperating among the various institutions dealing with education, together with culture associations, for example, Italia Nostra Cultural Association, just to mention an example. The time was ripe when in spring 1995, the Commission of Study for Didactics of Museums and Territory was set up. I had the honor of being the president between 1995 and 1998, working in the political settings of the end of the century. The Dini government was active at that time, which has entrusted the chair of cultural heritage to Antonio Paolucci. And at the same time, the center-left government promoted reforms for schools, universities, and the organizations of the ministry, which was called the Ministry of Cultural Heritage and Activities, creating proposals for our commission. After 3 years of auditions, evaluation, assessment at a national and international level. So the proposal was to envisage, and I read the decree, an organization model which is general at a national scale, as an Italian system of education systems, services for museums, connected among them, that is with a networking, coordinated by the Ministry of Cultural Heritage. That's the end of the quote of the decree. This program stemmed 20 years ago and is now creating the coordination for museums in Italy in order to give a response to the Italian dilemma, unsolved dilemma between centralization and decentralization at the administration level, also for the protection of cultural heritage, which is the right and duty of citizens to participate. The Center for the Educational Services on the territory was set up October 15, 1998, and headed, and there was at that time one single Directorate General for the archaeological, artistic, and historic heritage. That was the heading of that time. Mario Serio was in charge of it at that time, supporting the ideas of that time, and I like to remind him because he was very important for this education service. And the project clashed and faced some difficulties, obstacles, various types of obstacles. I guess that the critical reinterpretation of this will be done this afternoon. At the same year, in 1998, our commission signed the framework agreement between MIBAC and MIUR, the two ministries, in order to have a joint committee and a joint cooperation between schools and institute, establishing the new rules for didactics and teaching through cultural heritage and for cultural heritage in partnership with schools which have become independent because of the various reforms of school independency and the educational services of the municipalities in all state museums. The contents of this agreement were received by the Code on the Cultural Heritage in 2004, especially in Article 219. In order to spread the knowledge of cultural heritage in schools. And this agreement refers to the Memorandum of Understanding between MIBAC and MIUR of 2014 in order to create access to knowledge, to education and cultural institution in order to develop, unfold a society of knowledge. We have to remember the syntony of the Commission of the Didactics of Museum and Territory and recommendation number 5 on the pedagogy on heritage of the Council of Europe, as the speaker before me mentioned. This recommendation, introduced for the first time in Rome in 1998, the link between these two initiatives was Lida Branchesi, who was a member of the Groupe des Spécialistes of the Council of Europe. She carried out a survey on education activities to heritage all over Europe, and she was at the same time cooperating and drafting recommendation number 5, and she was in contact with the SECA, Committee for Education and Cultural Action of ICOM, which has been active for decades, but was not present in Italy yet at that time. Among the problems faced by the didactics for museum and territory, we have to consider training the reform of didactic systems of university was underway. 1998, which was a key year, and the Declaration of Sorbonne, where the French, Italian, and German government have signed in order to find an harmony within Europe of the education systems at the university level. So that was the first time in Europe. Two aspects very important, even though we did not find a permanent solution at that time. Identifying professionals and skills and training of the people in charge of the activities which we defined pedagogy of the patrimonio of the heritage, and experts on in the sector, and professors in relationship with professors at all university levels, and also masters and major. And then the second pillar, inserting the university level at all subjects, all disciplines, for example, anthropology and historic sector, introducing a new discipline in line with teaching of Latin and math and history. This subject called Didactics for Museums and Territory. The university reform between 1999 and the year 2000 has led to introduce the statute disciplining the 3-year course of the first university degree, starting in 2001, where teaching has been entrusted to Lida Branchesi and is still active. The new practice of internships of students, according to the university reform, also in humanities and arts faculties, has led to many conventions with the Sapienza University and museums of Rome, especially the Maxi Museum here in Rome. The positive fruits of the commission, which is now 20 years old, and I'm very grateful for this meeting. The setting up at the Catholic University of Milan in the Faculty of Science and Information, 2005, the Master on Educational Service for Cultural Heritage and Visible Arts, and Silvia Mascheroni, she is in charge of it, and she has always been an active member of the Commission in the past. Together with the training models of the university, the second part of this conference will be focused on this. So I will not delve into it. This was the fruits of the seeds scattered in 1998, and this leads us to envisaging new horizons.
Grazie moltissimo.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all, and Marisa Della Emiliani. In closing the work of this morning, I would like to confess a serious embarrassment, which is, on the one hand, I do not want to waste nor leave noticed all of the interesting hints and suggestions that were provided in various speeches. On the other hand, we cannot completely disappoint the legitimate expectations on the basis of my contribution. So I'll try and juggle among all of these two needs. So you will forgive me if I'm going not to be organized. First of all, I think I can draw the conclusion, though this might sound to be daring, that when we talk about education to cultural heritage, we're talking about teaching of teaching, but not because of the paradoxes and connections. Because if the Proverbs very pessimistically says that you learn by making mistakes, you can say that you experiment and learn. You can get it right and you can learn. One needs to make experiment. The only way to learn is to make an experiment, and if there is no other way to experiment better than in the attempt to make an idea concrete, not to make it eternal, because that's not possible, for the legitimate expectation to make it as durable as possible. The idea I have, if I do not share it with anybody and doesn't turn into something tricky, is going to be lost. If I can succeed in conveying it or making it more concrete in a stabler form, I'm doing some art. I'm not interested whether I have just forged stone or whether I have written literature or poetry. I'm not interested in establishing or deciding right now how arts can be expressed, but if I'm trying to give a certain, though precarious, stability to any idea, just to provide it to the others, and then there are people who think that it is possible that it can have an impact and show oneself. But since we are much more transient than the artistic artifacts, and this is an illusion we need to admit, every time that we try and make art, hence to make ideas concrete and give them kind of their own legs, they go much further than us and beyond us. So all of the other expectations, even those on copyrights, including the heirs, are very little and something ephemeral. So just giving body or substance to ideas, it is possible to learn. So experiencing, you can learn. Doing the teaching of art is doing the teaching of teaching, these of learning processes. This kind of apparent logical paradox needed to be stressed, not in order to deny the importance of what Silvia Costa described as a fourth pillar, not to question it, but just to mention the fact that just simply in terms of its etymology, the fourth pillar is connected to the first one. When we were used to split activities between primary, secondary, or tertiary activities, we knew that the first pillar was that of agriculture and need to feed, primum vivere, as Latins said, in order to live, and the cultivation or culture or crop. The fourth pillar is there because in order to live, what you need is something to program, which is memory, which are the best examples we have available in present times to guide us, not in the dark, but in the kind of shadow of the impossibility to foresee our future. There is not so much room left, but tranquilly admitting that. I'm not going to bore you as to the etymology or where our past is, because I said many times, and there is to repeat myself, I just want to confine myself that we know perfectly well that approximately around 1800s there has been this turning upside down of the past. The whole of the ancient Renaissance for Raphael, it was in front of Michelangelo. There was no doubt. For all of these so-called modern of the second modernity time, it is certainly behind. So we have reason to believe that this turning upside down has taken place, and this is very important to stress from a teaching point of view, and would be important also to explain students through Galilee, I would suggest. This is due to the change in the point of view. If I look from my or our point of view, this room, the past is behind us, because where we are coming from is behind us. We, during the journey, look at reality, and the point we started from, the gate or the door we entered, is behind us. So past is behind, and therefore we consider contemporary thinkers right. But if we place ourselves from the point of view of the camera, the objective observatory watching the room, those who arrived first in this room is in front of everybody. They entered first, went in front of all of the others. So also the ancient people were right, and Brandy mentions that in that wonderful letter when he says life ahead of us and death behind, and leaves actually surprised, but that's telling the truth. He runs through the classic interpretation and says we have the past in front of our eyes because it's the only guide for us for the future, and because looking from the outside people see that. And so he was saying that the four runners are ahead and the descendants come later. So in this turning upside down, and not only in terms of the definition, we should go back to the idea of nutrition, and first and foremost the biological idea that the future stems within the past, comes from within the past. It's not necessary to decide whether the past is in front or behind, because it's around us. But the thing that, in particular with the youngest students, and only through natural way this can be explained, is that the future is born within the past. This is true for the animals, it's true for plants. The growing circles within the trunk and not from the outside. The bark or the cortex is the memory of the tree when started. The future is born only within the past. It's no longer like saying the fixation of some crazy people who do not want to throw things away, because if we end up like this, that's a disease which is explained in TV programs. Some people say, let's throw everything away and we're all cured. That's not the point. It's the fact. The fact is that the future can only be born within the past, without our ancestors who are ahead of us. We are not here. We do not exist. So the present and the future stem from within the past, and the examples, the best examples of the past, are the beacon for the future. The port has been mentioned many times. That's why I'm digressing, and they're talking about a beacon or there is no other beacon, there is no other route but following the best, most successful examples around us. Therefore, in the past, one should study the relativity theory of Einstein and observations by Galilei. No way to deny this, even if we don't like it. So though I try to do two short things and summarize things, because there are many other things which should be mentioned, as to for instance, the possibility of hearing what we've been hearing during the morning. we need to say the word voluntary work. For sure, we need to say the word, though this is quite fairly often repeated by people. Aldo Moro, who has invented this ministry in 1974 and 1975 together with Spadolini, but he had already invented civic education in schools many years before. Some pillars should be mentioned always, even at risk of being repetitive and being boring. But in this situation, which was hinted at by Marisa Dalla Emiliani, in this situation of a ministry which starts from public education and then along the way is kind of lost and regrets what has been done. After many years, it decided that maybe a general directorate relating to the parent company should be established, a kind of repentance, which are the best way of studying works of art, looking for repentance. And this going back to the origins in the history of the ministry that Marisa Dalla Emiliani has just hinted at, allows us somehow to talk about the recent times and present times, since the title given to me was to try and talk about our structure facility in present times, which are the initiatives taken recently in the past 4.5 years. We haven't reached even 5 years. The office was established in 2015, so we have already had considerable changes in 4 years. Despite the rules or the duration of management functions which stem from the Bassanini reform, which should last between 3 or 5 years. Over 4 years, we've already had 2 general managers who have changed positions, and the other second-level managers, not to mention the changes in other 5 related institutions. And here we could say that it has been the case in this building too. So it is difficult to talk about approaches, organizations, balance sheet, accounts, in a period when we are still very young and there are constant changes being made. It is difficult, but we try and do that. I would like to finish and catch back with the initial 15 minutes we lost. We tried at going in various directions. Nothing has been stopped, and I think I can say that nothing has been stopped or what had been started. There have been at least all of the efforts were made in this direction. There have been neither attempts to stand out compared to the predecessors, otherwise we've been ruined. You know that in Rome the average time of a manager in her position is 8 months. This should be taught, because when it was said that the managers were not supposed to be in the same function for a long period of time, nobody would imagine and think that the anti-corruption legislation would produce exactly the opposite outcome. That is, those who want to achieve bad government can implement that, because the manager comes in and then leaves, and the first one who discovered this qualification, that's why I repeat it today, is the Minister Ronche, who called us as close collaborator and says, I discovered the name of the minister in the corridors of ministry. When they don't want me to understand, they're talking about me. They say, have you seen what the stupid guy has done when I say that, it's me. He was a journalist and was carefully observing, so he had grasped and understood that. Since we do have this kind of turmoil, we tried not to customize nor to change, but continue all of the actions which had been started, trying to complete them. Certainly there have been new elements. There was an increase in the size of the subject that we had to deal with. The reform which has been announced includes additional tasks for our directorate, so we are constantly growing. Each and every one of us had to deal with the needs and the flexibility of having to face all of these new tasks, also in the exchange, in the connection with the other offices, where we talked about already cross-sectional nature of this. So there has been a huge commitment, many new functions, many new experiments, but also the utmost level of continuity. In doing so, however, we also tried not to completely neglect what was new. In particular, when something new comes from the surrounding area, I'm not saying coming from the past, because actually it's the present, from a reality which is claiming for revenge. We have mission expenditures, travel expenditure, which have to meet that need of teaching to do and not teaching to theorize, teaching practice. So we need the work sites which can be teaching places. We often look for them in the far distant locations, not following the suggestions given by Umberto Eco to students. So they are extremely expensive, and then we have difficulties in finding the revenues and the money. So we have in front of our eyes, between Roma 3 and our university, we have a relict of itself, which is has been claiming for revenge for approximately 100 years. Since 1922, so almost 2 years, there is a building, real estate in front of the Colosseum, and we can say the appendixes of the Phoenician orchards. So the secretary of Secret Chamber of the Pope Farnese had this residence built, which is the surface of the Pope, who receives when the weather is nice, and not only in the Capitolium or the Quirinale or the Vatican. And in order to have access to this garden, you enter the palace of the Secretary of the Secret Chamber, Aurelio Silvestre. This building is 500 years old and has been decorated by the best artists, and since 1922 onwards was sentenced to death. Nobody could mention or write about abandonment. It's not true. It's a very terrible lie. This Palace Silvestre Linvaldi has never been abandoned. It was sentenced to death. It was supposed to be torn down, partly because they had to accompany the opening the new Road of Empire. We became the Road of the Empire, and then there is the construction of the Foro Italico. There has been a change, becomes the Road of the Imperial Fora, but since the hill of the Velia was being emptied, and Antonio Cederna commented that in a best possible way, they wanted to tear down the building, which was not involved in the opening of the new road, but the gardens had to be cut. So if we tear this down, what are we going to build instead of a palace of the 1500s, which had been torn? It had been turned into buildings to provide assistance to mothers who had children but had no husband. So the decision was to tear it down and call for an international contest to build another building. In the meantime, the attention was shifted on the Foro Italico. That tender, and that building was built at Foro Italia, becomes the place that after war, since fascism is no longer present, becomes the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and takes its name Farnesina, not because of the Farnese family, but because the ministry was hosted at Farnesina Chigi. All of this story is to tell you that also after the war, at the end of fascism, a new international contest is called upon, because since this was not torn down to create Casa del Fascio, then the contest is launched to plan the kind of overview by casa, so that it's possible to admire the ruins of ancient Rome by sitting one's own car. So the idea of this contest was that people get on their car, park on kind of the ceiling, and then people can admire the Roman archaeology and then go back, being faced with public administrations which would design and reward these plans. The owners, who were private individuals, who were trying to keep those buildings profitable so that they could collect funds. When for twice over 30 years a project was developed to tear it down, and they lose interest in the maintenance of the building. Nobody had to talk about abandonment. It was just a response. Now we have invented the idea, a part of the continuation of all of the other activities, that idea that most of the people didn't like, and some people get nervous.
Palazzo Silvestre Vivaldi che non richiede missioni al
To use of this palace to do the teaching working sites. On the one hand, we can restore it. On the other hand, we can use it as a training ground with the minimum amount of funds, with the utmost outcome, to try and reverse this story, which is basically too long, not of abandonment, but insult to historical artistic heritage, because that's the recent history of the building Silvestre Vivaldi. Since all of this turned into miraculous free concession of 1.5 years, which is about to expire, we must turn that into a 15-year agreement. We're not doing that for ourselves. In my case, I have my task as expired. So we are trying to continue along this activity thanks to the agreement signed with many universities, research institutes. The good news is that we've already passed the evaluation of, and we've been kind of awarded the prize for being reimbursed with the expenditure with Lazio and Nuove. Now we can go more in details with the planning, and if we can pass the second test from many, we have now 40. We've got this reimbursement. If we win the second selection of the best 20 projects, we get funding. It's not very much, it's €1 million, but this will allow us to continue along this path. And now to close, I've got to what I had to be more directly discuss the relationship between money and heritage, which is terribly easy to explain. Some people give up being afraid of the fact that this heritage is or legacy is made up of debts to be paid, or which requires spending, attention and commitment for the future. Though in the inheritance there are no debts, so it's all assets. If I have to take care of that, have to maintain because of the way in which we live today, it's already a burden. So if I don't see big revenues in the future, very often the notary public says, give up your legacy because there are many heirs. It's complicated. It's you have to quarrel, you have to fight. You give it up. You're free, and you can invite your relatives. So there is this kind of lack of interest for legacy. What's around us is our legacy inheritance, where we need to move. Unfortunately, that we cannot give it up. We should give up also to our body to be able to say, I give up the inheritance from the past. So since we cannot give it up, it would be necessary to specify some and amend some big mistakes which in terms of economy and evaluation, which have been committed in the past 30 years, which led us to evaluate, and I summarize because it cannot be done differently, to evaluate things with a double deforming lens. On the first deforming lens is that of the exchange. We shall not teach our students that life is like a bingo, that you start with 100 beans, you end up with 100 beans. You put the beans on the table, the beginning 10 each, at the end of the game she has all of the beans. The sum of the game is 0. Life is an exchange. We shall not teach that to our students because that's not true. Life is not a zero-sum game. It is possible to build a lot. It is possible to build a lot and destroy everything. We can all win and we can all lose. And this is what the heritage teaches. This must be explained, and we cannot keep silent. And for the past 30 years we've been saying terrible lies. So this is the first aspect which should be completely eliminated. The second aspect, which in my opinion needs to be eliminated, not with the limited strength I have, but with the strength which can be achieved if we have many people sharing ideas, is the idea that balance sheets, economy and accounts can be done individually and separately. This works for educational purposes, to prepare a person to life. I give you your pocket money. You can organize your life. You see whether you rather go to cinema or after 3 months buy your bicycle. That's fine. But drawing a balance sheet within a garden or a small system, it's true if I need to have to learn manage myself, my family, or a small group. But when it comes to managing public assets, 2,500 years since Athens that decision was made, some people are paid by the municipality to take care of the interests of the city. When I manage what belongs to everybody, I'm a criminal if I start reasoning and thinking like my small courtyard in a museum, in a library, in the archives. There shall not be money equivalent to the cost of the activity. It's crazy. We've repeated many times, but that's not true. I could even think of a library where when students come in, I give them a reward in money, €5 every entry in the morning, and I'm pursuing my task of taking care of public interest. Apart from others, the libraries are deserted and empty, not to mention archives. I would give €5 reward for those who come and study there. I would do certainly much better than enjoying a reward for doing nothing. At least give it to those people who study so that they can invest on their future. So I have to think in economic terms. I must invest in public places, not looking at the gardens of the walls of museum, which is something which I'm not interested in. We should not believe and think that we can balance the budget. Public funds must spend because the fallout has to be such so to have a public benefit, and in particular the most severe fault for private observers coming from abroad, which give scores to Europe. The worst is to confuse investment and spending. We should shoot them all for high treason. If I invest, I'm not spending, I'm investing. If I buy gold bars with money, nobody can include that amount of money as a spending because I have just allocated for a more stable refugee. If I do education, I'm buying ingots, which are much more relevant and important than gold ingots. Now, I would like to hint at, before going for lunch, that among the many fatigues by architect before and other members of educational services, right now, today, the mini lemme per la cultura have been published. We have only 6 or 7 copies, so we cannot give them to the speaker. But since they are bringing them here, in view of the fact that we need to reward those who make the sacrifice and think, we are at your disposal, not these very few, but to give them the mini lemme della cultura today, tomorrow. We will slowly make them available to you because they've been written, collected, and produced for this. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I want to get started with the afternoon session. Many thanks to all of you for being here, notwithstanding the terrible hour, which is 2:30 in the afternoon, and most of all, many thanks to the organizers, all of them, to all of the participants and speakers coming from different fields, different disciplines and sectors. And let me thank from the deepest of my heart all of the people who will now take the floor: Elisabetta Borgia, Marina Liberato, and Susanna Cosio, who are part of the Study Office, Center for Educational Services of the Museo del Territorio, from the General Management and Direction, Education and Research, which I am directing right now ad interim, and they really deserve a great round of applause and many thanks. Thanks to them for the great availability, their interest, their incredible efforts and endeavors to organize this day. Now, I would like to invite you to take this wonderful publication, the Millenni della Cultura, the Millennia of the Culture, where the 3 speakers that I just mentioned, plus Gianfranca Rainone, narrate their own commitment and work as far as the education to heritage is concerned. And now I will switch you immediately to them. Let's listen, all of us. Good afternoon to everyone. It is with the greatest pleasure that we would like to begin the afternoon session with a contribution dedicated to the Center, to the Educational Services, most of all, which have been collaborating with us and which are absolutely professional and absolutely passionate in their work carried out over the territory, and for their professional attention and human attention, which is very special. So many thanks to the General Secretariat, the DG of Education and Research, promoting and supporting in particular all of the activities of this meeting, architect Scoppola and architect Petrangeli, and the Graphic Central Institute, which is hosting us, Istituto Centrale della Grafica. And before starting, I would like to thank Lida Branchesi and Marisa Dalai Emiliani from the Sapienza University, Alida Maresca Compagna and Silvia Mascheroni for ICOM Italia, and Martino De Luca for the Fondazione Scuola dei Beni e Attività Culturali, with whom we have been sharing a long activity and scientific organization for this day. This is a day which, for this center, the center where we work together with Elisabetta Borgia and Susanna Occorzio, this is also an anniversary day because last year we celebrated the 20th anniversary from its foundation. Now let's say that the strength of the recent acquisitions as to the declination of the cultural heritage as a shared resource, as an identity value where diversity tend to intervene as an objective for our own training tools, and more representing a community and society heritage, and for many years has been oriented to taking up the educational values as a key factor, trying to democratize culture and to support the new cultural welfare. Institutions should be providing functional and instrumental reactions for the access, the social aggregation, the division of the narratives, the support of the cultural productions, thus becoming committed in a wonderful way, as Garlandini said, in their own respect to contemporary activities, and becoming committed to thinking complexity, to conceiving complexity, which is the theme and the main challenge that characterized the past years. Now, in such a framework, the themes having to do with the declination of the meaning, which is still redefining the paradigm of re-education to heritage, is one of the strong points that has characterized the new strategic vision, which was accepted and acknowledged by a definition of a national plan of the education to cultural heritage. Its own implementation with respect to the education research division was viewed as a planning tool oriented to the education of a systematic global approach, represented an absolute novelty in our own scenario. And that was the hallmark of an incredible impact, the representation of purposes, objectives, interventions, goals, and most of all, it was manifesting the interest at institutional level, which is what our Director General was saying, an interest which is emerging and which is not only something that has got to do with sectoral activities. Three are the main objectives and goals: the consolidation of a governance in the first place, the detection and extension of operational spaces for the implementation of new operating conditions that are consistent and integrated, the support to the planning activities of educational sectors with the main objective and goal of redesigning its own functions in the framework of a systematic activity, the development of communication, which is perceived as a definition of an analysis platform whereby measurement and information sharing takes place, with some evaluation and assessment references, which represent somehow one of the critical aspects which should be dealt with a greater specificity, especially in future years. In the framework of such planning, we see that the Centro per i Servizi Educativi del Museo del Territorio is working, and now we are represented by the DG Servizio Studi, and its activities and the contribution was mentioned by Professor Dalai, was representing the end of a long consultation and normative process, which was instrumental to allowing the relationship between the museum and the cultural places, the heritage and education, which is a very close knitted relationship, and also trying to assure the support and the many project-oriented, stable actions. This is an absolute innovation, I would like to say, that was a far-sighted intervention, and this center was giving the green light to a new management approach, which is dedicated by devoting everything to a central structure and devoting to this structure technical activities, methodological activities, the setting up of stable partnerships with the school and the places of culture and heritage, consulting activities, and assessment activities, which in the course of years were characterized by an ever-growing attention for the participation demand on the side of the audience and publics and viewers, which is to be considered as a new vision nowadays, thanks to the many audience development methodologies. The consolidation of such a procedure was favoring not only the articulation of different projects and their own documentation at territorial level, but also the implementation of training courses and refreshing courses over time, the many actions trying to extend accessibility, new traineeship at university level, the implementation of agreements with sectoral associations, and new activities and pathways for cross-sectional skills and competences and orientations and guidance. And then the many actions whereby there is a combination of activities at school level and at labor world level, which is fundamental for our own activities. The mission of the center is qualified by the coordination of territorial services at state level, which exist at archive level, archaeological parks, central institutes, museums, monumental complexes, because they are all networked in their own operations. That means that there is a set of relations which are heterogeneous, widespread, and across the territory. This is a network which is operating in a non-competitive, non-hierarchical way, according to a specific model, which is the one of the network of educational services, which can be assimilated but not completely to the educational networks from a qualitative point of view and quantitative point of view. The center, as I said, performs a function which is very dear to us, which is the one of recovering the common matrix of the cultural places or places of cultures, and especially of archives and libraries. That is a coordination which is not only looking at coordination activities in terms of museums only, which was the typical specific concept at the beginning when the center was born, but which is also including the educational operativity and operations of libraries and archives, trying to recognize, acknowledge, and qualify their own role and their own functional unitary level. The coordination of the center and the many actions, networked actions, represent, in our case, the permanent organization at cultural and theme-oriented level, which was organized to realize projects to educate to cultural heritage within and outside of cultural places, which also belong today to our own museum system at national level. And this is a way to adapt and adjust to different needs, trying to display educational services at institutional level, and also allowing for different heterogeneous professionalisms, the monitoring, the analysis, the collection of different experiences, which is useful to improve operational strategies between different subjects which share partnerships, is what allowed us to carry out some cross-sectional activities which were absolutely full of meaning and significant in the course of the last 6 or 7 years. So this is a systematic activity, and this allowed a new national offer system whereby the educational project of cultural places goes into a database at national level, which was aggregated in a more and more organic way around some themes. And most of all, this is a significant, important piece of information, which was growing ever since 2013, that is, ever since when the first collection was started and launched in a constant way with our own institute, with an increase on a yearly basis of almost 50%. So we've gone from the 400 projects which belong to the first census of the first collection to the almost 980 projects of this year. So there was a real reaction, a real reactions and cross-sectional transversal reaction. In 2014, the renewed protocol that was signed between MUR and MIB, that is to say the protocol which was creating new access occasions, access to knowledge so as to develop knowledge, is what allowed for new conditions, synergistic conditions oriented to developing key themes within our contemporary society. Our center was greatly contributing to this through the implementation of national projects as to active citizenship. This was Article 9. The project of Article 9 also had some special attention placed on the principles contained in Article 9 and was trying to sensitize young people to the knowledge and protection of cultural heritage and landscape heritage and scientific heritage, and other attentions were placed on inclusion, on accessibility, with a project known as Conversazioni d'Arte, which will be mentioned by Professor Borgia. Many broadcast programs and radio programs were organized with some associations of the blind people. That was the Premio Braille MIBAC. Some special attention was devoted to infancy with a project known as Scopri il tuo museo, with a new memorandum of understanding dating back to 2018 between the General Secretariat and the Authority for Adolescents and Protection of Adolescents, and many themes of the infancy, the education to landscape. There is a project known as Raccontami un paesaggio, narrate a landscape, where we did participate together with the direction and fine art DG of the Institutes of Padua, with the coordination of the Council of Europe in the city of Tropea in the year 2018, and with a series of projects that were institutionally aiming at providing our own reaction to some key themes and to respond to the growing requests of our own civilian community to share an identity which is both historical and cultural, as far as this country is concerned. Okay, now let's go on with a look to the work carried out by educational services. It's hard to say in just a very few minutes how much is done at territorial level and how very little this reality is known. This is a very lively reality, highly qualified reality, and it is important to say that this is an activity which is strongly qualified of many project-oriented activities which are constantly careful about educational aspects which were multiplying and growing and evolving in the course of time. The history of the educational services is longer than the history of our center, because already in the 70s we see different museums such as Brera, the Galleria of Arte Moderna in Rome, the Uffizi were very much active. So a series of museums that started welcoming schools and which were strongly involved in the course of past years, because schools started requesting more and more and expressing their own need of having a constant stable relationship over time. So all of the introductory premises which were created around the 70s and 80s could then in the end be developed and implemented after the agreement with the Ministry for Education. And we've heard Professor Dalai illustrating all of its aspects. And this is what generated, as a matter of fact, a practical solution so as to work in collaboration through the many agreements and the many memorandums of understanding between the Ministry of Culture and Education and the Cultural Heritage Institutes. So this memorandum of understanding dating back to 2014 goes back to these topics and also develops special themes. Most of all, it intends to add value to educational processes within the archives and intends to develop to a further level the rotational or alternance between school activities and working activities with some specific themes. The purpose of sharing and disseminating Article 19 at cultural level becomes a law, and it's then strengthened, at least theoretically. Our own Director General said that sometimes between theory and practice there may be some differences, but nonetheless the this is something which is envisaged by the law. So the code envisages the dissemination of knowledge. And now we end up in the year 2004. The education and the mediation and the sharing and dissemination are only tools aiming at favoring the use of the cultural tool to experience it, to be in close contact so as to understand in a deeper way, and also somehow to become stimulated, to become more creative and to become more expressive. And the education to cultural heritage then turns into the education to the person, to the individual, oriented towards personal growth as personal responsibilities and civilian people are, and to develop culture. Now, the formal, informal, and non-formal methods are implemented within all laboratories and places of culture. The laboratories and the workshops are the strong point, are the pillars, that is to say, the possibility of experimenting together, of working together, of becoming aware in a very factual way of what could be the profession of the archaeologist, of the historian of art, or of the archivist. And the participation, the active participation, the intercultural dialogue, as we've seen through the words of Marina, represent the themes which are the hallmarks, the most recent themes, and all of them, in the same way, are now part of all types of territorial projects and educational services, which have been developing some synergies at local and territorial level, which are very strong because they were bringing together municipalities, provinces, and all of the other institutions which work in a very factual way. So networks were developed within territories, and amongst the different institutes, there were some integrated projects which were launched. The training offer mentioned by Marina was having the objective and the goal of promoting educational services, and was also allowing us to have a coordinated proposal, something that came with a shape, with a clear design, something that could be utilized easily and easily disseminated through the ministries, the Ministry of Education offices, through the schools, through the websites, thanks to digital flyers and posters, and through a data bank. As you can see from the chart, the last training offer and formation offer was also envisaging a great quantity of projects to take place within museums. And this is maybe because of a very strong history. A museum which is no longer seen as a teaching classroom. It is the museum itself that becomes the place where all processes are developed or educational pathways are taken. The libraries, the archaeological areas, the archives, the superintendencies of archives are all the places which were supporting their own educational contribution. There are many activities which are evolving and growing, and we can touch them with our own hands thanks to this training offer. There is also a new methodological form which has been updated more and more and renewed by professional activities, such as the ones of the many competences displayed. And there are many workshops and laboratories, different ones, from the multimedia one, the theater one, the reading workshops. And in the course of years, we have developed promotion and communication laboratories, just to mention a few of them, because of their own technologies, multimedia technologies and digital utilization. Then there are some training workshops, which are now the pillars of the places of culture, which, as we have seen, have also become credited places that were credited by the Educational Ministry. Laboratories for education, the technical artistic workshops are probably the most ancient ones, whereby we looked at ancient techniques and we tried to recover them. Then we worked with dancing workshops, interdisciplinary workshops. And interdisciplinarity is the strong theme, whereby we try and educate people to heritage. And there is a cross-sectional characteristic with respect to the school programs and the curricula. And today, all of these activities are well and better formed. The students are well trained, and they are the ones who guide visitors within museums by utilizing different languages, by utilizing maps which are provided to younger students. Then there are intercultural experiences, and the interculturality is another strong pillar, because this is offering us the possibility of becoming versatile, flexible, with respect to many other cultures, all types of cultures and dialogues, whatever we may create. There are, as we also said before, some other digital workshops and laboratories which are very important, especially at archive level, because that is where we work through different languages, digital technologies, and most of all in recent times with some rotation activities. We also experimented different projects, but we never give up the old way of accessing to documentary sources to work on historical reconstruction. And already in the 70s, the first re-educational services were dedicated to the teaching of history. And the playful laboratories are dedicated to the youngest visitors who find within the museum a way to express themselves. So the museum is a place of culture, a place where people study, but also a place where people express their own creativity, where they develop personalities, whether they be students or less committed young visitors, where it's a place where people can become inspired. Superintendencies were always very active with this respect, especially as regards the territorial projects, and also peer education projects that belong to a series of methodologies which are applied in and to the culture places, which only too often are working in a very silent manner. Now, all of the communication laboratories were the laboratories which were made during the Fiera della BDCD, where the educational services gathered in order to find new expression modalities within schools and within universities, new library educational activities devoted to the promotion of reading activities, to bibliography research, and also to creativity. The central studies are also involved because they belong to all places of culture and of ministerial activities, and they work on restoration and preservation, which is the other great field, which is of great interest for school, which elicits great curiosity in the minds of our students. And once again, the many activities launched by the Studio Centrale dei Beni Visivi at cinema level, at music level. This is a way to stimulate students, especially, without mentioning the updating, refreshing courses, the meetings, the conferences, the presentations of books, and 1,000 other initiatives which take place at national territorial level. Now, the landscape is also the protagonist of the initiative of the superintendencies, and the landscape can be also experienced through the reading of maps of archives or the reading of a given specific archaeological territory, but also through the painting works. The territory, once again, and this is very interesting, is interesting because of the development of some projects which give new value to museums and which elicit the interest of the students because they see it as a way of, or a place of belonging where they can find their own roots, their own families, their own communities, and which is then characterized by a strong sense of identity. So we could very well say that in the course of past years, by now 20 years, where we have extended the educational services and developed them within the sector, there is a strong idea, which is the one of giving the best of our flexibility and cross-sectional activities. And the keywords maybe nowadays are the ones that may best define the future of educational services. So flexibility in terms of modules, in the sense of acceptance of projects, in the agreement amongst teachers, another important aspect is the one of communication. I heard this morning that communication was mentioned. That is a way to try and find a new way of communication through schooling and cultural systems, and to communicate our projects to the society which more and more is leading us towards a new kind of education, which is no longer taking place in a single place, that is the school, but which instead finds different sources of information. So we have to access this world, the world of communication. We have to try and tune ourselves to become propositional and to become and access the many forms of education, probably the most attractive and interesting to us. So our appeal is an appeal to find new investments which are oriented to education, especially within the different institutions that are part of our ministry, the Ministry of Education. This is the last segment of our own contribution, which is devoted to the theme of accessibility. I will try and present it very briefly by referring to the orientations of the DG and of our center, and I will mention some projects which were already very quickly mentioned, which were promoted by our general direction. And I would like to link myself to what was said by my previous speakers and colleagues by referring to the National Plan for Education to Cultural Heritage. There have been a number of different editions which can be downloaded by the website of the Direzione Generale Educazione e Ricerca. The National Plan, as you probably know, represents a tool which is trying to host and launch new actions within the framework of the governance. The basic idea is the idea that participation to cultural heritage, which, as Scoppola said this morning, envisages the benefit of our own intervention. So we have to own it, in other words. And there is a participation to this cultural heritage, which is representing a right and at the same time individual commitment, collective commitment, which is made possible only if and where the activity is understood, recognized, acknowledged and made possible. The understanding of a need of involving all individuals within a continuing process of definition of the management of this cultural heritage is what represents the guiding principle. This was said before, better than I will do, and this is true of all of the articles of the Faro Convention and agreement, the first objective of which is acknowledging the right to participate in the cultural life, a goal which was stressed as essential, especially for the people who are disabled, and also in the framework of the year of our cultural heritage and of the many policies which were mentioned by Honorable Member of Parliament Costa. Now, the sensory and the physical activity of the individual is the indispensable condition for all forms of participation and represents, as a matter of fact, a specific object of interest and of commitment on the side of our Direzione Generale, of the management. And it is also envisaged by the third plan of education for and to cultural heritage, which was mentioned. In a framework of a democratization of culture, let's see what we need today in order to transfer knowledge, to allow the maturation of the awareness and of being active part within a community made of cultural material goods and assets, digital assets as well, such as landscape, for example. And the education to all of any such tools represent an opportunity to grow at social level, at cultural level, which must never exclude anyone. So the National Plan for Education to Cultural Heritage envisages, for the achievement of all of these goals, the strengthening of the many interinstitutional relations through new actions, which once again stress the need, as was said many times today, the need of a new project-oriented synergy, especially the one of accessibility, which should take place with new bodies and associations that are committed in the field of inclusion. In order to allow for some continuity of the consolidated collaborations, we know that in between 2018 and 2019, our management and direction adopted some memorandums of understanding with the Ente Nazionale Sordi and the Unione Italiana of the blinds and low vision people, Unione Italiana Ipovedenti and Ciechi. All of these shared initiatives are mentioned. They envisage a number of projects. So let me start from the many projects of Editoria Tattile, Tocca a Te, promoted by the Istituzione Pro Ciechi and by the Fondazione Robert Holman. This is a competitive bid which aims at supporting Editoria Tattile Illustrata and which also envisages new actions, new promotions for the best book, Il Miglior Libro, which favors cultural heritage. The award was awarded to Gatta Prisca Va al Museo, which was awarded by the museum, the National Roman Museum, within the Terme di Diocleziano. And as we can see from the slide, this is also inspired by a true story. Amongst the many more recent projects that were accepted by the Direzione Generale, we should also mention the Biennale Arte Insieme, Culture Without Barriers, promoted by the Museo Tattile Statale Merole. The Biennale was born with the intention of favoring inclusion through the value given to artistic expressions which sometimes have been neglected. And this is also addressing the schools and the places of culture by means of activities which want to favor accessibility and the sensitization to diversity. This is a unique opportunity for our young people to get together, to meet contemporary artists. This is a moment for all of the places of culture which have joined in order to extend and develop their own proposals in the field of accessibility. With the Unione Italiana Ciechi and Ipovedenti and with Radio Web of the Unione Italiana Ciechi, we tend to share, as our colleague already said, ever since 2011, a new radio broadcasting project, the one of Conversazioni Didattiche, which was attaching value to new skills, competences, and resources. This is a cycle of programs that were broadcasted and of programs devoted to accessible activities that are ongoing and which have been blessed by the constant participation of our colleagues coming from educational services which represented a very effective tool to sensitize those who work within the places of culture. And here again, amongst other things, I would like to say that there is a colleague who is very often the guest of our conversations, Professor Francesca, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank her for her constant commitment. This is a project which has been also envisaging some new ways of expressions known as Conversando si impara. By conversating with other people, by dialoguing with other people, you learn. That's the meaning of it. All of these programs and cycles of programs which were broadcasted in the course of years fall within the many projects of the museums and superintendencies and libraries because there was growing interest with respect to any such themes. And let me also mention the training offer that was mentioned before. And here I wanted to summarize graphically the data, the layout envisaged for the different disabilities. So which activities are made accessible, in other words, to disabled. But we should also add a number of other initiatives which are not mentioned in the training offer that we have elaborated. For example, with respect to training, I would like to quote a course or a workshop which is still ongoing, known as Meriti e Strumenti, to make museums accessible, to make places of culture accessible. This is a 100-hour course within the Parco Archeologico del Museo, created by the Istituto Statale Omero in synergy with our own DG. And information contained in Article 27 is something that you can find online if you are interested, because this is a way to promote new accessible initiatives. And this was also counting on the collaboration of other institutions such as ELS and ANFAS, and the many other educational services as well. The many actions to strengthen the relations at interinstitutional level was also included, and as we said, the development of new projects to be carried out within the school, which were centered on new forms of active participation at cultural level. And amongst them, I should mention the joining in of our direction to the project Alternanza Lavoro, which was funded with the funds made available of the Liceo Cavour, which is the leading institute for the creation of a touch lab at school level, capable of implementing and realizing new prototypes. This is a 3D printing project, and the Myosotis Society of Educational Services and Cultural Services of the Museo Civico di Zoologia in Rome and the Centro Sant'Alessio Margherita di Savoia for the blind were also participating. So there was great training value. This is a way to lay the foundations to a new territorial foundation, so a synergy which is capable of triggering of new skills, new know-how, and new resources. As far as the front known as Alternanza Scuola Lavoro, which I would like to briefly mention, there are new cross-sectional orientations, and with that respect I would like to say that the educational services were involved in a growing manner in past years, and their commitment is reflected in a great quantity and quality of projects, and in the many variety of the themes that were dealt with, which are here summarized in the chart. And I would like to say that there was a relevant contribution already in the year 2016 because of our actions, the actions that were led forward to allow for the program Alternanza Scuola Lavoro. I have no time, unfortunately, to go into the details of all this, but you may find all of these things on our website, especially the one of the direction, the management, and the Centro dei Servizi, the service centers. Now let me end with an image, and thank you for the many indications I received from Dr. Mariano Barbi. And let me close with this photo, as I said, because this is a way to express my enthusiasm, the enthusiasm which is typical of those who, notwithstanding their severe disabilities, were capable of turning into reality a dream, the enthusiasm of those who set aside an objective and which instead were investing a lot on themselves, in themselves, and on what they believed, and which somehow was set aside, as I said. Now, here you can see in the picture, you see some young people participating in the project of Siren with the eyes of Parthenope. This is a project which is very broad. I cannot go into the details because of a lack of time. A project which also led some young students to take and to find and discover the heritage thanks to the actions led in the Gulf of Naples. This is the enthusiasm of those who could not believe that things like this could be done even by the disabled. This is the added value, the meaning attached to the daily work carried out by those who operate within the protection, conservation, preservation of our own cultural heritage. And I believe that this is also representing a straight line existing and connecting the different objectives of today and the future ones. Thank you again. I would like to pass the floor now, and on this occasion I would like to thank Dr. Maria Letizia Sebastiani, who directs the Central Institute for the Restoration and the Preservation of our Cultural Heritage, and I would like to thank its director. So many thanks for the enthusiasm with which you accepted the proposal of moderating the first session of this meeting, and somehow thus creating the possibility of a virtual switch to Dr. Antonella Fusco, who was the director of the Institute hosting us, and this is also the person who was our first director. So many thanks once again to all of you. Many thanks to the three speakers who were very much kind in welcoming me. And as I said, as a matter of fact, my life was spent amongst libraries and the institute which I once again mention, known as Patologia del Libro, the pathology of the book, because this is exactly what it is. The Istituto della Patologia del Libro is where we can acknowledge ourselves and recognize ourselves. This is not what really defines us well, but this is it. And now I would like to ask to Micaela Procaccia, whom I saw seated amongst the audience and whom I'd like to greet warmly. She has been a partner of my professional life, to please come here together with Rosa Maiello, who is part of the Italian Association of Libraries, Associazione Italiana Biblioteche. And I believe that I could also greet Claudio Lombroni, who is an active character in my life, the life spent in libraries, and who will take the floor last as a discussant. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Micaela, and once again, many greetings to Micaela. First and foremost, I'd like to exchange and greet you as well. The great professional activity which brought together Letizia and myself is very long. She has been a companion of many and a partner of many battles and of some successes. My task is the one of talking about the role within archives and of the many educational projects aiming at educating people to cultural heritage. So let me start from what is and at the same time is not a commonplace. That is to say that archives represent a difficult sector to narrate. Now, just like many other things which turn into a commonplace, somehow there is some truth in all this. What I mean by this is that this is a name. Archive is a common name which takes place in our mind, in our collective imagination, which is associated to dust, to books, piles of books that are poorly appealing, that are not much appealing, in other words, appealing the common citizens. But as a matter of fact, this is an element which is systematically contradicted and contradicted time after time whenever the archives start narrating themselves to the audience and to the public of visitors. So not only in terms of events, and here I think of the great successes spent with the programs known as Domenica di Carta, where many visitors were acknowledged, especially out of curiosity, and which then in the end become very much enthusiastic. I should also say that this initiative, having to do with archives and libraries, are also including another initiative known as La Notte degli Archivi, Archivissima, which takes place in Turin, which was very much successful with the public, with the visitors, where the night visitor flow of the Notte Bianca was characterized by an incredible flow of visitors discovering the archives. And whenever we talk about archival heritage, we refer to the state archives and the non-state archives at the same time. The characteristic of the communication initiatives whereby archives tend to narrate themselves is the one aiming at investing on both heritages. So whenever there is an event having to do with archives, we mention state archives, and we refer also to municipal archives, the enterprise archives. For example, this is an initiative whereby many enterprise archives are involved, public archives, different archives, and also school archives. All of them represent realities which are protected by the superintendencies that work in the archival sector. And the last one, which I can think, was the Archivio Martini and Rossi, which was a beautiful event, including a performance on the Terrazze Martini, which are the typical Martini hallmark, which were very much impactful from the communication point of view. Now, this is an element which is typically Italian, because our code and our history, the normative history, which is protecting in a very stringent way the non-state archives, also mean that whenever there is a foreign meeting, an international meeting, our colleagues are very much interested, colleagues from different countries, obviously, foreign colleagues. On the one side, there is a difficulty of doing away with not much attractive image, which is connected to the archives, where instead we immediately perceive the beauty of a work of art. Unfortunately, this is not immediately perceived. The beauty of it, the importance of it, especially the one which has got to do with the collection of documents, which sometimes are not even nice to look at, beautiful to look at, nor attractive. And on the other side, whenever the archive narrates itself, we see that the results are incredible. Now, let's see why we have such incredible, great results. Because the archives tend to narrate the story of our citizens substantially. That is to say, the people we are addressing are people which go back to and rediscover their own personal story, the story of given rights expressed by papers in the archives, their past, recent and past history, the roots, the past roots of current events. And whenever we present them in different ways, even multimedial ways, they become immediately successful. They are immediately understood. I can remember of an experience that was carried out within the Archivio di Stato in Rome, when one of the very first initiatives whereby we opened the archives on Sundays, we realized a video which was including very famous films, very famous documents that were preserved in the Archivio di Stato di Roma, and the wills of Greta Garbo and Christine of Sweden were included, together with the Processo Matteotti, which was the film having to do with the Matteotti character, where the actor Franco Nero was playing. But also 2001 Odyssey in the Space, when HAL, the computer, loses its memory. And many other films, I can't remember them all, there were 4 or 5 of them. And I do remember the comment made by the mother, a no longer young mother of a colleague, who looked at her daughter and said, "Now I, at long last, understand what your job is." And the job of the daughter was the archive expert, an archivist. And on that occasion, together with many other occasions, we had the same kind of success. So as a matter of fact, and in reality, there are 2 faces representing the same problem. For example, it is really striking to see that with respect to communication, multimedial communication, there is an archival portal, the one known as Antenati, with the civil status registered, which is very much visited. There are so many contacts, many visits. And then there is another archival portal, which instead has many users, has less users, and which is in general visited by students and teachers. That is the portal of the Voci della Shoah, a portal which gave origin to a new project of oral sources which were made available online, and which is the work of the Istituto Centrale degli Archivi. So the problem is very complex, but in the end, I could say that the glass is half full and not half empty. And then another thing which emerged out of the statistics that were shown earlier on is the high incidence of projects of alternanza scuola-lavoro, which is present in the archives. And if you notice, there was a very long list of them in the archival sector, and I believe this is extremely significant. Let me say only that 300 projects in the year 2016-17 school year, we had 300 projects known as Alternanza Scuola-Lavoro. And I'm referring to Alternanza Scuola-Lavoro because this is the recent piece of data. But this kind of work dates back to many, many years ago, much before this name, Alternanza Scuola-Lavoro projects, with some 5,500 participants, which represent a significant information. They were long-lasting projects, not projects that last months, but rather projects which were extremely difficult, complex, because we teach to students, we involve our students in the building up of a new historiography through documents. So the students are committed and involved, but in a very primary way. They are involved in a very important way. There was another project of Scuola Lavoro where the students were using their Christmas holidays to keep working on the projects, and that was their own choice, which means that this new way of learning and building historiography, because in the end everything boils down to a new activity where the protagonists of the historical research are no longer passive users or users of manuals of history to learn, but rather they are the protagonists representing the students, the archivist, and the presence of teachers is also granted. But the main role is the one of the protagonist, students working within state-owned archives. There was great success in the projects of research conducted by their own schools, projects that were implemented by many schools. For example, projects aiming at reconstructing the Second World War history in the archive of their own school, thanks to the recordings on their own school journals, whereby the teacher says, today we interrupted the lesson because of the incredible chill, whereby no heating is available. 2 students are sick and hungry. So those were some of the examples we found in the school archives, which were looked at with very great interest by the users and the visitors of any such projects. And I must say that all of them are historiography researches whereby some historical reconstruction was made. And I would like, and I would really want to see many more projects like this because they are cross-sectional projects, because in the state archives, sources may be represented by literature or even by other non-state-owned archives, but even history of art, the study of the history of art through the archival sources together and integrated with archival sources would require some synergy in between the different ministerial branches. And this could be something which should be increased much more, which was not done so far because of some initiatives led by teachers. But at the same time, other activities, similar activities like this one, are needed, and they require the collaboration with school institutes, which sometimes takes place because of individual contacts established by the teachers in a non-structured manner, and because of past relations with given other schools and school institutes. And I forgot to say that these activities are not frontal researches, but rather field researches, or research activities, and they are not even just academic research activities. For example, they also include theater representations, poetry, songs, drawings, sometimes made by the students themselves, and a very recent work which was conducted some years ago. And for example, that was a very huge book collecting the comments of the students talking about the work that was done, the restoration activities conducted. And I would like to say that this is indispensable. Not only we need cross-sectional collaboration of the different sectors of the institutes protecting the heritage, but we need more attention to educational policies. And very recently, we thought that the teaching of history was sort of penalized. The history theme was no longer present in state exams, for example. And obviously this means that there are going to be heavy consequences in terms of the awareness of the importance of the documentation preserved in the state-owned archives and non-state-owned archives. Now, the documentation through the identification of the historical local roots, the complexive overall roots, represents a new way to own a sense of belonging and a sense of location. So this is what strongly emerges out of our archives. We feel more citizens, citizens of a country, of a community, of a nation, by studying how all this happened, how the nation was created, because you go back to the roots of your family, of your grandfathers, thanks to the documents which are being narrated. And very frequently people are happening to find the roots of their own families. And that is where the sense of identity becomes very strong. There is a sense of identity with past, present, and future constructions and building activities of our own nations and countries. So this role is very complex, but it's present in our own archives, and it's incredibly satisfactory as a work. And now I would like to call here Michele Lanzinger, who will immediately present his own topic, the one of museums. The museums are seen as the future of the cultural heritage. I wasn't ready for this takeoff. But anyway, thank you for inviting me here. And as you can hear, I come from the mountains, from an independent province, and my perception as a consequence with respect to some of the topics that are being dealt with is very much the one of an outsider, because I will participate in a different way to all of the coordinated systems, systems that are coordinated at the central level. So thank you for having me here, and now let me get started. There are different ways to look at the museums and their own functions, one of which is the one perpetrated by directors, museum directors, one of the many functions. My presentation of this reality is having to do with something I did months ago in order to reorganize, to share the review process and the rereading process of our own strategic vision, which I shared with my colleagues. And this was done because, and here I'm going back to the personal governance, to the education of the cultural heritage, and I would like to say that this goes back to the project known as Se l'educazione fosse un organismo, or a community or a territory, part of a living system. Then if that were to be so, then by definition it would be a process in evolution, subject to the evolutionary processes which place organisms, communities and territories under the theme of diversity, intercultural diversity, plurality, and complexity systems, and adaptation. Otherwise, there is going to be the extinction of all this. So with the participation at multi-level level, there is a way to, once again, adopt an ecosystemic vision which is necessarily independent from us, which is constantly evolving. And now I need a pointer so as to point at what happens on the screen, and I will have to turn my head and look at my back every now and then. I would like to talk about some tendencies and trends which are ongoing, the way we see them. Museums are extending the services offered to the public and not their own collections. This is something which is an objective piece of information. We see that the museums try and focus themselves on something that's a disciplinary approach, and they try to be more and more for someone. So they are not client-oriented, and we are not speaking in terms of marketing or of marketing. We are referring to the community of users. So our commitment, and I apologize for being so quick, is the one of identifying the new meanings and significance of our heritage and to orient them to the new communities of users across the territory. And we know that this is a very relevant activity, and we have to go past the presentation and we have to point to the construction of new meanings, new significance, which look at heritage as a fundamental value, seen as an active practice for the future. This element of connecting ourselves to the future, which is what we said this morning, is an element which we believe is fundamental, so as to give a true meaning to our own way of operating and working. And this is the reason why I'm referring to what happened in Kyoto in September, the international conference of the association, which was identifying the museums as cultural hubs and identifying the future of the tradition as a keyword to be used. So what I will now give you is not an interpretation of ICOM, is the interpretation of Michele Latzinger. So please bear with me and be patient. And whenever we started looking at the titles, we started thinking that these ideas were not bad. They were strengthening and considering and experimenting our own new way of being. Maybe this one is the one we got used to. And this is the action whereby we promote culture through physical spaces, through new disciplines of extended museums. So here we go back to what was done some years ago, and when this activity was focused by ICOM, the relationship with the territory and the new cultural interdependent identities. The museum no longer wants to feel just like a museum, because this is a connotation which goes tight to the museum. We would rather want to be one structure amongst the many of them, archives and libraries, with whom and with which we would like to share an urgency significance, whereby these heritages are going to still be part of our contemporary vision of the future. Otherwise, this is a Darwinian criterion, we will incur into oblivion and loss. So we have to stay connected with our own past histories. So we have to consider which administrative organization will save us. Well, the organization is represented by us, by our own groupings and communities, which have to keep contact and stay in contact with these relations by looking at the future and considering the museum one of the many actors in the many communities which are working in this field. Now, with respect to the relation with the territory, and here I'm referring to the cultural landscape, to the accessibility, which are in close connection with the resident communities and also with the local development activities. Now, with this respect, I'm not afraid, but this is not our topic, that I'm not afraid to say that we need some contamination. We need new economic resources to make people work, to allow for a different participation at local development level. These are the topics of today, and they are of paramount importance. So, museum works well in terms of visitors, of numbers of visitors, and of participatory businesses and enterprises, and it can affect in a different way its own territory. Now, here I have made a simple example whereby we see that this has got to do with one concept. You don't need a huge museum which was planned and designed by Renzo Piano to do cultural activities. And what kind of museum do we need to read the territory? We need to have a museum which has a Bronze Age site. I need a botanist, a geologist, I need a climatologist. So what kind of museum in the end do I want to have today if I need and want to read the landscapes? Quite obviously, the disciplinary approach contains the many potentials of the activities that are distributed across the cultural hubs in the territory. So this is why we need to connect ourselves to these aspects, and how many of these museums can activate any such elements. All of them. This needs joint work where you aim at acquiring new consistencies for the activities led forward by the museums, one of which is the well-being. And we see how much culture is lowering the threshold of the stress and increases the awareness of the well-being in a society where change is going on. And all of any such connections are very useful to place the museum at the very center of our positioning. And when we made a promise, when we were asking for funds to change our museums, at that time we were not asking and saying we have so many fossils, so many butterflies to offer to the visitors. We have many of them. We are still preserving them even better than before. But the scientific research within the educational sector is a public place of participation and of debate, and should be networked with local economies, because all of them represent mixes which are instrumental to many entities, even the founding ones. And not just for some lucky ones, which for some reason or another decided to go and work in different sectors, such as the transportation sector. So we were saying that there is a diversity, which is a geo-biocultural diversity, which can narrate so many things. And we should try and understand what kind of museum is the extended museum on the territory. This is a museum which allows you to read, to narrate, to share. And does things end with this kind of dialogue? No. Training has to be done with school, with the working context, but we also allow for the training of tourist operations and shepherds that narrate their own product, because they themselves are the carriers of new identities, new cultures, and they can sell their own unique experience, the experience of a person, whereby you just are not simply narrating the history of the country activities of shepherds, but the story of those who know what the tradition of shepherd in the Alps is. There are things that are very meaningful and attaching new meaning to this operation, which brings new life to the activities. And this is very important because it has got to do with the concept of interpretation. Bringing new life, connecting with the territories means that we acknowledge the transformations of the mountains, but also interpreting and acknowledging and realizing that the new economic models of the first after-war period can no longer work. So we need new solutions, new narrations. That means that we allow the narration to become something that involves the archival experiences. And this is a new function. There is a sense of owning, a shared owning, even of something that in the course of time has become a remain, an archaeological remain. Things like this can be done with the Agenzia di Promozione Turistica, because these narrations could be done and given and proposed to the Japanese, to the German visitors. And here I am referring to the naturalistic context. And couldn't we say that this could be represented by an archaeological site or by a port site? How many of these places could be used like that? Why museums cannot be the engines activating such circuitry, where the museum is relating itself to the society and connecting with society, a museum which is becoming the owner of the territorial management, and any such owning tools will become part of new communication materials, whereby a new sense of identity, participation, voting activities and market activities are being narrated. Many things can be done, such as training, school and working activities, conferences. The conferences are not only for tourists. These are the conferences made in the course of the year to make people living in those territories what are their own cultural heritages, because they are proud to know that there is the so-called Rospo Smeraldino. What is Rospo Smeraldino? Rospo Smeraldino is a toad. And that's a credible bioindicator. And if you have it, you become a qualitative territory. If you don't have it, beware, because you're missing something. So there are so many things that could be said by going past the taxonomy of a toad. So many things can happen in any such situations, because all of us have a place where concerts take place. All of us have our own museums, which opens 10 minutes before in order to narrate what happens around us and what happens when people listen music. Just look around and you can see cliffs, dolomites, volcanoes, glaciers, and the many places that were existing some 15 million years ago, things that move around, that bounce in the heads of people if narrated. Otherwise, that's a place that is only going to be the place of a concert in the dawn of the Dolomites. But if you take a good look at them, all of these things depend much on people who activate them, to perpetrate them. There are so many ways of looking at these things. The curator, for example, who has a knowledge objective, a knowledge goal, the activation of the cultural heritage. Then there is the educator, whereby we have new awareness, new understanding. That's fine. And then we have the marketing expert, whereby discovery, purchases, acquisitions are possible. So if this is a complex study, we have to accept all of the viewpoints, all of the characters. And in this room, I see people that are known to me for many years and who have been still orienting their own educational activities through the museums. And we know how much we want to invent in the new forms of education. especially the ones that have got to do with competences, knowledges, attitudes. But we have some 2,200 students in a year, and one by one are being processed by their own educational activities. And the educational activities that we have and that are requested are geology, zoology, genetics. Our own contrast is the one of promoting a different kind of education, different from what is sometimes requested. So, as a matter of fact, a new dialogue within the educational sector is a dialogue that sometimes has to invent, propose, relate, bring together. Let's see what happens to whenever we ask the students what they want. And they responded to us, speed dating, scientific aperitifs, and we hold so many of any such aperitifs. What is the scientific aperitif? It's something which is handled by the Association of Students and managed by them. And the agreement is that every 20 minutes a TEDx is shown, sometimes in a foreign language. So at 7 o'clock in the evening, they have a chat and an aperitif with their girlfriends or boyfriend. After that, scientific things happen, such as a TEDx. These are things that can be done, or speed dating, for example. So what is the offer given or addressed to the university students? For example, a temporary exhibition, a new conference. So sometimes we have to listen. Sometimes we have to look at our own activities through the eyes of our own users and visitors in a different way. Now, 5 more minutes I would like to devote to this tradition. What is the future of tradition? If we understand that the value added of tradition takes place thanks to the interpretation action, which is at the very basis of the studies aiming at doing culture today, how innovative it may be, that is considered to be a new way of interpreting, a new interpretation. Yes, our future is still ongoing. It's evolving. And I think that your own manager was referring to something that had to do with past, present, and future. But our trade, our job is the one of looking at things that happen around us. He is playing the cello. What is he doing apart from playing the cello? Maybe this is something that has got to do with the conception of that given activity. That's the activity of a suite of Bach. And maybe that was an interpreter of a new life. Well, that's it. The Bach concert, if left alone, is nothing, but we may read it, and the refined and fine readers and passionate of Bach tell us that you have to interpret Bach. And if you know how to read Bach, then you inject new life in it. This is a very specific meaning that I would like to make you understand. But we have to understand our roles. Our role is a very soft role, or a soft power, as we may say, but it's quite obvious that amongst the many observers and commentators, much talk is made of libraries and discotheques. So let's see which one is the most important in terms of use, of public use. The active subject should discuss about the competences, especially in terms of resources. And I know that time is running, but let's think a little bit about our own roles. Is there something like this? Does this exist somehow? Such a role? And even if we are as light as feathers, which means that we don't count much, because we started considering the great number of human resources available, the economic resources that can be made available. Well, in this case, museums can become committed. They can become part and one of the development of their own communities. That's true. And if we want to be nice, because we are somewhat nice whenever we do these things, we have to become relevant. Maybe this is important. So it is important to become convinced that we have to become relevant and not just simply nice. Because otherwise we will just come to an end there. We will go on with our life. But maybe we can do something different. And you, I think, have read that. There is no need for me to read any further, any such contexts and contents. Now, to go back to the terms of teaching and didactic. The didactic which has been requested is something whereby we are not having difficulties in sustaining the processes of the educational offer. We should then also try and use new keywords. Any such progresses and processes should be used as collectors, as innovators. The concepts still have to exist, but there are other keywords which characterize our own actions, our own ways of acting. There is a social bit, there is the economic part, which should obviously be included. And this morning we looked at the objectives and the goals of sustainable development. You probably know them all, and maybe I could go past them, but de facto, ever since 2015, this is becoming a very important element to conceive an idea whereby we know that we have a finite planet, and whatever we may say, we have to know that we are confronted with the true problems, and this is what we have to confront ourselves with. So maybe this is not much, maybe this is boastful, but why cannot we become involved in saving the world as well? And Greta was very good. That youth movement was very, very smart. And what about us? Cannot we just tune in what we've seen this morning? Unfortunately, maybe we don't have time nor we want it. But let's look at the cultural context and let's try and see which lights could be lit. Which gender, which education. But also having a museum which works perfectly from the energy point of view and being in a position of communicating it, being part of a process which is also very much mindful about inequalities. So we have to translate our lexicon in a global grid, which could then be advantageous to us if we become useful, fundamental allies in order of achieving the fundamental goals for our own society. And until some 10 years ago, the idea that the museums and the cultural organizations could be actively involved, that meant that we had to become activists. But in Italian, if you say activist, this is immediately eliciting the idea of black box. And if I look around, I see glances that are questioning me. So being an activist organization to contrast environmental crisis and inequalities is something which is considered inappropriately politically incorrect. So the museum function should not be dirtied and soiled with any such things. So going back to the communities, this is not me who should teach it, because people have been saying and repeating these things for the whole day. We have to adopt a civic professional attitude, and archives are doing it, which is incredible. And I look at these things, and maybe afterwards we may discuss about any such things and topics, but then we have to develop empathy. In order to have a dialogue and to be together with the communities, you have to become empathic. And then I also used another term, philanthropy, which means becoming actively involved within our own community. So an activist museum, different museums may be sentinel places, and they are, or beacon places. They can create a new future which is highly desirable, which has to be implemented through any such things. Maybe this is a trivial thing, but at least we should try and make the effort of imagining any such things. Here we have a theme in between what is sublime and what is immobilistic. Now, in the face of any such themes, we cannot stay idle, because that's not moral, that's immoral. So we should never consider that option. And it is easy to stay within one's own comfort zone, and we must not. There is no title to stay in the comfort zone, because we represent public bodies. So de facto, and I would like to end with this, I would like to say that museums are the places where you can contribute to find a solution to the many global problems. So there is a pretended neutrality whereby I narrate things. We have to switch towards an advocacy whereby we share the problems and the issues, and where we switch to the activistic involvement. And the museum must become involved in citizen science. This is something that has been done in the archives, in nature, in many other contexts. This is a way to work, to create through heritage and knowledge the possibility of changing structures. Because if all of the museums are considered to be better than journalists, better than policymakers, if we don't do it, who else can do it? It's a duty for us. It's our own new mission. So the agora, the audience development, the audience engagement, the extended museums, apart from the agora, well, all of them, all of the other terms are used in a playful manner by using English terms. Well, I would like to say that they represent new ways of doing, whereby you recover visitors, you create new engagement situations by involving the visitors, and while you are also working with new publics that may be disabled, or this is a new way to operate across the territory. I am almost finished. Let me go back to the definition of a museum, which undergoes a revision in a few months from today. Quite obviously, the future of tradition, as was seen, needs professional figures to be interpreted. So no one should object or discuss the profession of cultural heritage and of cultural assets. And we have to be very careful that the professions should never be neglected and replaced by subjects who have no professionalism, no capacity to operate materially on this heritage. So there has to be great attention and protection of the professionalism of operators, of curators operating within museums. And we have to stay hooked and linked to contemporary events. So our task is the one of knowing that the world is changing, that the new technologies may be uncomfortable, but that's the new metric through which the new generations confront themselves, and hence somehow we must not look at them with laughing attitudes. This is what will transform the world, and new purposes, new scopes, new cultural hubs of the museums. We have to go on towards that direction. And last but not least, the society of development. And here again, let me say a few quick words. This is the metric which is characterizing the entire conference day. We have no more to say. The relationship between local and global is what should then lead us to come to draw conclusions. Let's bear in mind that the museum is not finding itself in a crisis. In the past 30 years, the museums have been more than doubling in terms of numbers. In China, there are 290 museums created on a yearly basis, just to give you an idea that there is no crisis affecting the idea of museums. But social innovation and the climatic and economic changes are elements that cannot be disregarded whenever we consider our own activity. So what you find here, if you are willing to look at it, that there are different ways to look at the functions perpetrated by museums. The first one is generating new jobs, new proceeds, new ways of earning money. Maybe it sounds odd, but if you have a place, a museum which generates jobs, then your museum is going to be a life insurance policy, because it fits into a logic which is contemporary and which is to be the one of acknowledging populations. And it is a set of things that will work out successfully, which is global and local and glocal. So a global, local, glocal thought, which expresses the ability of affecting the territory. And I think that this is the old environmentalist adagio, which is the engine which allows us to have a helm which steers our pathway. And so we have some global objectives and some local strategies which allow us to work. It's a good mix, having in our minds that we are working for the sake of an overall solution, and that we are being helped by some characters to do better, to do more. So this is like playing like snakes and ladders. Yes, this is a snake and ladder game, but in here we have a map which is global, and we should try and locate the locations. Where do they land, where we can be importantly affecting and relevant. Once we play the snakes and ladder game, and whenever we look at our own actions, we can understand who we are, what we are doing, and we can also try where is it that we want to go. And I believe that this is our duty, our task. We have to have a very clear idea that we can become relevant, we can affect the society. We have to have a metric, we have to adopt it. We have to have the perception of the global importance of the society, and we have to play our own abilities, the cards of the abilities and skills as museums, as museum institutions. Thank you for your attention. Now, very well. I will now pass the floor to Rosa Maiello, the Italian Association of Libraries, with l'altra metà di me stesso, and half of her is librarian, the other one is archivist. And this is the only library which, because of a royal decree, has been a national Marciana library, and it's a true library. And this is the moment when she's about to open the Museum of the Pathology of the Book, a multimedial museum for a future which is going to be totally different. And let me just say something which is very important to me. I would like to inform you about the importance of archives, and I would like to say that the restoration of the two archives of Accumuli and Amatrice is about to be launched, and the meaning is that we cannot just regain and have back two cities which have been destroyed, but what we can do is give back and render back the memory of two cities, which is the testimony of the two communities which have had their own life, their own history, and will still have it, even if they will no longer materially exist anymore. And now the floor to Rosa. And this is to say that a long time ago I also was the president of the Piedmontese Association of Libraries, a glorious division, a glorious section, the Piedmontese section, which still works a lot and does beautiful things. So you represent the MAB, the MAB. And I must also say that in the Piedmont region, some very consistent things are done in the field of interoperability. The Piedmont region is a region which, thanks to the presence of an investment which is political in nature, and thanks to happy and lucky circumstances which are the presence of some very valuable colleagues who are very smart, intelligent, and generous, and which allow the region to do things, and through the activity carried out by the division or by the section, the Piedmontese office is capable of coordinating and putting into relation, and is capable of launching a number of activities. So not only activities of a shared enhancement of its own heritage, making it available and accessible to the audience and public in terms of learning activities and many more activities, which are represented and shown during the exhibition of the book, Il Salone del Libro, where there are a series of virtual and real life pathways where one does some deepening activities and research activities in terms of bibliography on different authors, chosen authors, and which bring together the heritage and the skills and competences of the librarians of the entire city. And sometimes they're even called to come from outside places. So this is an enhancement activity, an activity of education to heritage, which is interesting and attractive to many, and if not all, generations. I see the stand for children, for kids, which are very much crowded, for all brackets of age. And this is the nice introduction which I'd like to say and mention, which links me to what I wanted to say. And if someone has had the patience of reading my abstract, what I wrote in the abstract is what many scholars say about the library. The library, in other words, is a very complex structure which is intrinsically relational in nature. Now, let's see why. Well, in the first place, because ever since the birth of an archive, this is how the foundations are laid. The library is born because of a choice. The collection is been put together ex post after having decided to found that library, and it's founded because of a need, the need of knowledge and insight, so as to bring together reading activities together with the many documents and documentations which could support it. So the relational nature means a relationship between books, that is to say the main evidence, cultural evidence, which exists and is present in libraries, but not just that, because libraries now include collections of multiple documents coming in different formats and in different digital collections, whether native or non-native. But at the same time, on top of that, the libraries also establish relations between dead people and living people, between writers, past writers and present writers, conceptual cores between books and authors. And this is done through a series of strategies. The basic strategy, and here I would like to amend and correct what maybe you have inferred out of some representations given by Dr. Occorsio, if I'm not wrong, this is her name, whereby the cataloging is an activity carried out by libraries in collaboration and while sharing their own collections ever since the 50s. The first national cataloging standard goes back or dates back to the 20s. This is what Lombroni told me. In the 50s, there was a codification, and at international level, that is to say in 1961, some new principles, the principles of Paris, are being approved. That was during an international conference. I wanted to highlight this because the libraries are probably amongst the cultural institutes or institutions, and for a long time they have had a need of working together and collaborating together. So the authorship, the author right, is one of the rights which has become rapidly internationalized, probably the most internationalized of all, because it went back to literary works. So the point is exactly the one of adopting cooperation as a working method in a context, in a working context, which has a goal which is intrinsically relational, which is exactly the case of books and writings. Now, with respect to this, and at the same time related to this, we may say that the basic service of libraries is exactly the one of educating people to the heritage and putting them into relation. So this is a basic service which is not valued enough, because sometimes within the same education ministry where the institute coordinating the service of national libraries exists, and apart from publishing online its catalog, which is the result of a project which dates back to the 80s, is also, apart from doing that, it is also the aggregating, integrating system whereby systems are integrated and aggregated, librarian systems. And that was the doing of its president, and because of the stimulus of the Italian Association of Libraries, the AIB. And the objective was not only the one of publishing the online access catalog, and as you can see, this is our catalog, which had to be publicly made accessible online, because this is a catalog to us. Otherwise, it is an inventory of the heritage, which is useful, which is important to the purpose of the protection, but it is totally different from public use. This tool was one of the many services around which the libraries would converge to the benefit of the visitors and the public. So ideally, the Italian libraries are now coming together in the main national network. There are many other scope networks at territorial level even, and the fundamental infrastructure of the librarian service provided to the public, to everyone and for everyone, is represented by the civic libraries, that is to say the public basic libraries, which were called in different ways in different moments, but they are representing those libraries which are for everyone and aiming and targeting everyone, and that are characterized by the general nature, by the generality, whilst the others come with a function which is specific, sometimes research-oriented, other times it's a legal deposit or custody, other times it's because of the promotion of the programs aiming at having different age brackets to read. So the public libraries, typically Anglo-Saxon, where the model was born, are targeting the entire population. So as you can see, there is a connotation which is deeply inclusive, profoundly inclusive. So their services are characterized because of their inclusiveness. Unfortunately, in Italy, we do not have a capillary distribution of any such libraries, but we have as many as 13,000 of them. And then I should also correct a further piece of information. All libraries, all open public libraries, and all of the open libraries are conducting educational activities, because they educate to the heritage within universities, within schools, and the very few that exist, unfortunately, in the schools, carry out some activities aimed at supporting the learning of methodologies, research methodologies, retrieval methodologies to find the sources which are useful to one's own life, one's own research activities and leisure time. And we think that in the books you can find, and you see a condensate of the knowledge which is acquired through the examination of an archaeological remain, which is different from archival papers. And we can say that the library are thus the place where, because of their institutional mission and not because of them being an additional service, and our cultural asset code is not highlighting this, so the libraries are the place where reading is to be promoted, where access to the sources is to be promoted, which is not just a random or a chance kind of activity. And the open access formula was dating back to the libraries of last century. So at that time there was an arrangement and a filing of documents in an open shelf order, which was allowing an easy encounter of the potential reader with the book that was instrumental to him. So all of them are strategies which aim at educating people to the heritage, and this is something that libraries sometimes do without even becoming aware of what they're doing, because maybe they consider it very natural. Then there was another abnormality which I observed whenever we make mention of national plan for the education to the historical heritage, and I read that plan, I saw that that is a highly targeted plan, because it aims at a number of typologies such as museums, archaeological sites and other targets. And I said to myself that probably that plan aims at promoting reading. But this is exactly what is done by CEPEL, the Center for the Book and the Reading, by adopting a model which is not completely different, because neither the one nor the other envisage local divisions, which I believe outline a multi-tier system which accepts and acknowledges the needs, the characteristics, the specificity of different territories, and stimulate at national level the adoption of good practices. But I do believe that these two worlds should have a better dialogue, more frequent dialogue, because sometimes they do not know each other, not even within the same educational ministry, because, as I said, that they represent infrastructural services that exist within the educational ministry. So the risk is that we then lose track of what is then done in the reality, in real life. And if we do make a census, and ISTAT luckily has launched a new campaign to collect data in a more targeted and scientific manner, where the referencing services aimed at supporting and promoting reading activities represent the indexing activities or the searching and retrieval activity, and they will also try and interview the 13,000 libraries existing across the country, and probably this is what will allow them to become enhanced for either one purpose or the other. And let's not lose sight of the museum-related value, which I believe is typical of all libraries, even the modern ones. And as bibliographists and scholars of analytical bibliography say, even modern books, their covers, their fonts have a value which brings them from the nature of a craft work to something which instead needs to be observed and studied in depth. Now, obviously, a library is born, is developed, and grows is exactly because it aims at promoting reading and the value it's been extracted, made available and promoted as a standard service provided by libraries. So this is why, amongst other things, this is why we hope to see the most rapid publication and adoption of a document which was prepared, which has been prepared ever since 2012, which is the ministerial decree with the uniform levels of quality for the enhancement of libraries. And the same should also happen in the case of a similar document available for archives. And then the last reform, after which I will stop and come to my conclusions, I would like to say that the last reform was not seeing us much in agreement, where the libraries were decentralized in museum poles and were then downsized. Managerial roles within libraries were changed, and this is why we did not agree with that, because reducing the complexity of libraries and bringing them down to other complex structures such as the museums were was not a service given and rendered to the community, not even to the museums, and even more so, not even meeting the need of enhancing and better exploiting the document heritage or the documentary heritage existing within libraries. Now, I believe that common margins of work do exist, and I'm so happy that the previous speaker did touch upon this topic. That is the topic of the goals of sustainable development. And as Italian Association of Libraries, I would like to say that we are very convincingly joining in the sustainable development purpose, and we decided to reclassify all of our activities, which I believe all of the cultural heritage professions should do, especially with respect to the goals of sustainable development, well knowing that all of the agendas for human degeneration, all of the economic studies of a new nature, of a new kind, which are bypassing the American school, whereby development meant profits and cashing in money, well, all of them see the places such as cultural institutes and libraries, they perceive them as assets that are aimed at creating aggregation. And even in the peripheral suburban realities where we could observe very closely what happens before and after the birth of a library, which was well designed or co-designed together with all of the protagonists and active population members, we saw that the results were then cropped. So I believe that there is a lot to do, a lot to work still on, and the Convention of Faro, which we hope, or the Agreement of Faro, which we hope is going to be adopted in Italy as well, as soon as possible, because that sets a number of frameworks which are very useful to have the right approach for a cultural dynamic heritage, which is founded on the vision of contemporary activities and which could, in the end, narrate something to future generations, which is what I often see, so as to avoid them to reinvent hot water or to reinvent the wheel. Having said this, many thanks for your attention. Thank you, Rosa. And now Simonetta Magnone comes here from the municipality of Genoa, and she will talk about the active collaboration as a reply, as an answer to a request. Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I hope you can hear me. Once again, good afternoon. Thanks to the organizers of this meeting for having invited me. Thanks special thanks to Marisa Dalai, who invited me already 20 years ago. I was slightly younger, everyone was slightly younger than today, to sit with the ministerial committee and board, and she invited me to talk about a theme which is once again reproposed today. That is to say, the network and the networking kind of theme. So my consideration starts off from the word net or network. 20 years ago, I was looking at it according to a perspective logic. Today, I look at it and consider it according to its capacity to hold and support. So this is my topic. Just like my teacher, Carla Mazzarella, whom I like to recall, and I was talking about her this morning to Marisa Dalai, probably I am negatively influencing technology because nothing works when I'm around. I should probably speak more slowly, but most of all in the mic. The network, which is a tool and the metaphor of the construction of a governance, aiming at educating people to the cultural heritage. Beginning with the word governance, I tried to find the right definition of the terms. So the set of principles, ways, procedures for the management and governance of bodies or complex phenomena, starting from their relevant social spin-offs. This is where I would like to drive your attention. And in the relevant social spin-offs and results, I find the meaning of the network and of the protection of a work which is an ancient work, which is running the risk of being threatened and jeopardized, and which needs to be protected somehow. In the network, it is possible to find some protection, just like anchovies. This is another fishing metaphor where they find their own protection to escape the nets, the fishing nets, by just forming a ball. And the web or the network finds its twofold meaning, because this is a way to capture praise. You fall into the network because of different lures. So the web or the net is a way to achieve a purpose through even given gimmicks, and it can also duplicate the inexorable power of death. It is a metaphor of captures arguments which may mislead you and confuse you. It may represent a connection which becomes impediment. So let's try and see the positive aspects. It protects, it repairs, it contains, it protects, it supports, it establishes rules, it marks some boundaries and spaces, such as in the soccer game or tennis game. It allows communication, exchanges, movements, distributions. It creates relationships, associations, connections, echoes. The network requires a fabric which is made of tiny links and broad links. I come from the region known as Liguria, and I saw the fishermen weaving their own fishing nets, and I saw women collaborating with their fishermen. I believe that this should become an example, should be taken as an example. And I have two adagios. The one who has more string has more net. The new net will not catch the old bird. Those who have more string and more thread will have more fishing net. Or you will see some images, and I will comment the images probably. A long thread was running loose in the past 30 years. At that time I was young, but I chose to embrace this activity. I chose it well knowing what I was doing. I was well determined and believing in what I was doing. I made many experiences. I started from scratch, which is what young people today do whenever they begin when they embrace this kind of activity. So there was an incredible experience that was matured, so much thread, so much string, which would then allow us to weave a net. And today, the net we have is a net or a fishing net which was built in the course of time. So I believe that the old adagio is teaching us that the old net is stronger. Time supports, the time supports, so the time helps. So the web and the network are connected to the patient art of repairing the net. And whenever weaving the net, there is a need not to allow for loose links and chains, not to leave it open, not to lose anything while weaving the net. That's a fundamental, valuable element, I believe. Now, the very early links of that net, the chains of the net. So here I will pass some images, and I hope that they speak for themselves. I know that there are some 90 pictures, some 90 images, and I will try and make them run as quickly as possible. The very first chains in the net, and I would like to say, as many others did before me, I'm going back to the indications of ECOM, and someone who's in charge of educational services can only work with the colleagues and the curators of museums. So the faces of my colleagues, and I belong to a system which I don't know whether it is truly deeply a network, the one of the Civic Museum network in Genoa. It is a system. I don't know whether it's always a web or a net or a network. I don't know whether anything escapes the net. I sometimes wonder. But as you can see, these are the colleagues, the curators. They represent constant reference figures with whom I shared steps forward, thoughts, words, and concepts. And without a constant confrontation, the educational projects, I believe, have no value, because they then become something else. They turn into something which is different from a museum. The more net and the more thread you have, the more network you have, and the thread is made up of moments of encounter, of moments of inclusion, of collaboration. And in this case, this is the Museum of the Cultures of the World in Castello d'Albertis. This is a museum which is made on top of the railway station, an old castle which was built by a seafaring captain. Today it's the house of the cultures of the world, the house of the traveler. So we travel across collections put together by the collectors, and also we travel across collections which come from different stories, and we travel across a multiplicity of languages. Which language is more inclusive than the language of music? So eco-art, that is to say a music association which is involved exclusively in ethnic music, founded and organized the International Festival of the Mediterranean in Genova, and which was founding the Banda di Piazza Caricamento, which is the younger sister of the Banda di Piazza Vittorio, so a multi-ethnical band, musical band, then becomes one of the fundamental main elements of the network, so a piece or a segment of that thread and of that net, and we will understand that later on. So here you see some of the activities which are carried out on a daily basis by Davide Ferrari within the museum, and the presence of eco-art, just like the presence of Celso, are fundamental in the life of the museum ever since its making and foundation, because the museum has a section devoted and dedicated to the music of people, and another one to traditional medicine. So this is how Celso comes into the play. Oriental Study Institute, which was founded in Genoa by a pupil of Dr. Dalai, Emanuela Patel, and by her husband, who, with the great determination, lead forward and develop a work for the city, and which found its own space in the museum. this is how they could unravel part of their thread. So there is a section of the museum which is dedicated to the care, just like music, which is another element common to all cultures, which generates inclusion, although respecting the differences. There are different rituals, different sounds, different modalities of care and attention, but care and attention are a need. Music is a language shared by everyone, for everyone. Celsius is next to us, with its own division, with specific teaching activities addressing different types of public. The museum, and here again, this is Castello d'Albertis. We will come back to it many times because with Maria Camilla De Palma, the curator of this museum, I can also say that I have been developing over time a true alliance. And one of the persons I show in my pictures is her, because this was a constant exchange. And De Palma wanted the voices of native people in her own museum ever since its foundation, by listening the voice of Gerard McMaster, a Canadian native, who took care of the section of the section devoted to the Indians of America, of the Plains of America. And he left his own word. You probably read them behind my shoulders. Those words are words of inclusion, and seeing here the collections represented here, according to Gerald, represents an important experience. Collections are here with us today. They speak to us here, and I am here now. There is no other claim of belonging on the side of this native figure, who shows in Genoa the collections that did belong to its own forefathers, in the honor of whom he is smoking tobacco whenever he comes in contact with the collections. And the participation of the native characters is constant. They become elements which are included, but also inclusive elements. In the management of this museum, and in the management of the educational activities carried out by the museum, you need to have that network. You have to have the net and the thread, because resources are being reduced. I started off by talking about the undoubted nature of this crisis, the objective and the goal of administrations of cutting down their staff members is undoubted, and unfortunately there are some deadlines that are very close to us by now, unfortunately. Deadlines of downsizing of the staff, but through the tool of conviction and belief, and through accurate selections, it's possible to establish a partnership and to allow in the network cultural associations which access it and allow given subjects to work, subjects who may feel in syntony. Today we have another cultural association, Après la Nuit, that's his name. It's one association approved by the Master of the Catholic University, which was recalled just a few moments ago. There was a long traineeship and a long final work on educational activities carried out by the museums in which it is active. So it is somehow granting some training which cannot be set aside. Then there is another separate case, and I was really much in doubt whether to show it or not. But then I thought that this is a model of network, so it's right to show it. This is not a museum, but this was known as the uso della rumenta, the use of garbage, in other words. And today this has turned into the Palazzo Verde, part of the regional system of environmental education of the Liguria region. This is a place, most of all. And most of all, this is a place which has got to do with education to cultural heritage. Nicola Carbone is in charge of it. He is also in charge of education with respect to the Park of the Walls, some of the longest walls existing in Italy. And maybe there is a possibility for them to become part of the UNESCO protected heritage. And he is also in charge of the teaching activities having to do with the water pipelines, the aqueduct, something that was born in a hybrid manner, which instead nowadays is in a full-fledged manner falling into the net because of its widespread use. It's not a museum contained in a container, but this is falling amongst the structures, the full-fledged structures that carry out education activities through different associations. So this is a network of associations which have a local value, a national value. The Festival of Science, which is one of the excellencies of our own city, Central Souk, the Central Legalbiente, which is a national reality. And all of the other associations, all of these associations, when coming together, they represent part of the puzzle, part of the tesseras of the puzzle, and they have got to do with the management of the whole set of activities. Now, the synergy with the Civil National Service through the welcoming and acceptance of volunteer workers. And I say acceptance and welcoming them because it means that they have to roll up their sleeves and start working. And let me say that these young people do not come here expert. They need to be supported, educated. They may stay just 1 year. After a year, maybe they leave us. After you have been spending all of your energies in trying to educate them, and then they leave you, unless they will be once again coming back, falling into the associations, which are the virtuous elements of the network. So here you see some volunteers while they are carrying out one of the many activities, even the scientific aperitifs within the Natural History Museum, just to mention one. And here, this is the accessible museum, and even accessibility is granted by the network. Gyrox or Girox is a table. It's an object which is contained within Palazzo Bianco, which is part of the museum network of Strada Nuova, which will no longer may be known as Palazzo Tursi, Red Palace, Palazzo Rossi, or Palazzo Bianco, but just with its own name. And anyway, in Palazzo Bianco, an entire room is dedicated to the presence of this object, which was designed to make accessible the collections of pharmacy vase and containers that come from the collections of civil hospitals and which are placed in the ceramic sections of this museum so as to make them accessible to non-seeing people, to the blind people. This is an object which is very special. It is a spinning table. It's a round table that revolves. It is possible to sit around the table. I don't know whether you have seen this before. It was designed so as to allow people to stay seated while at the same time having revolving in front of them the different things. In this case, what revolves in front of them is vessels, vases, potteries, and they go from one person to another. And maybe a low vision person or a blind person may access them through a turning table. And they contain, and they also bear the Braille writing, which identifies them in terms of contents, in terms of names, the names they have been given. And now, why are they elements that belong to the network? Well, because we could, through some synergy, which is very special, to have this operation financed by the Barrier Commission, the Commissione Barriere, which should be operating within the municipality and should be dealing exclusively with the doing away of barriers, the elimination of barriers. So in this case, they abated the cultural and eliminated the cultural barriers so as to make something directly accessible, in this case through copies or copy works, and make them available to the blind people. Once again, this is another example of accessibility. This is a modern art gallery. This is another synergy. Here you see the captions and the subtitles that were planned by and designed by the students participating in the design course. And together with their teacher, the students were realizing and making a caption system which puts together the possibility of reading the black color through some certified fonts that are specifically designed for the blind, and a possibility of reading the Braille language because they have been overlapping on that language a transparent acetate which allows the Braille language to become visible. And the person who is exploring with its naked hand the object and which allows for some synergy with the curator of the museum, which I mentioned at the beginning. The curator is Rina Fresia, someone who is blind ever since her birth. She collaborates with us. She belongs to the network has been belonging to this network for the past 30 years, and she grants the validity of the tools that are being projected and designed. In this case, we see an example of inclusion. This is not just doing for, an example of doing for, as the Trento colleague said. This is a doing with people like the ones you see here. What you can do is fundamental. This is what grants that what has been done is useful. And this is not a way to pacify the consciences, to make people like us happy, and in the end hear people saying, oh, how nice, how cute. But this is a way to pay attention to the non-seeing people, to the blind people. But all of these systems have a defect. And one day Melina told me, what if I place a handkerchief on top of the captions? Is that a problem? And I said, no, why? Well, because plastic make my fingertips sweat. This is her answer. So I don't read the Braille language easily. It's hard for me. It's difficult. I can't do it quickly. So we started thinking that it's time to change the captions and the titles and to allow other people design something else. This is another project where the azulejos of the tiles, the ceramic tiles that play an incredible role in the history of the 400 and 500 of Genoa is a heritage which is accessible to the naked hands of the blind, and they are supported by tiles and ceramics which contain the black color and the Braille language, as you can see from this image. Here again, the only barrier that was eliminated was very helpful. I mean, doing this was helpful. So we talked a lot about the rotation between school and working activities, the school in the network. Why? Because these school to work dual system and projects whereby alternation is made possible represent an incredible engine, because through the work of our students, this represents a real kind of activity and of work, because this is the only project where everyone is included, and that project is known as Io lavoro nel museo, I work in the museum. This is because we want students to understand what it means to work in a museum, what kind of work you accomplish there, and then you work on the dissemination, because ours is a disseminating service. And then we include in the network other people, such as schoolmates. We include families. And when these young students organize their own events, and here you see the many flyers, the many posters, whereby they work in the museum, they communicate in the museum. This is what is written on the flyers, and through that, each one of them was expressing their own way of communicating what they would have been doing. And when it's the young students to disseminate and to make the museum known together with us, sometimes during evening openings or on Saturdays and Sundays, even the families are being caught in the network. And I hope I'm not taking too much time away. I would like to say something concerning a counselor of ours who had a son who was participating to the school to work training activities last week, and he was the only boy who had no family member representing him. The counselor then came with his moped. He left the moped right in front of the door of the museum, and then he went to greet his son. Then he left, but did not leave. He sat at the cafeteria. We will never catch him in the network, but we did catch many family members that night in our own web, in our own network. So projects and training activities. Sometimes things happen by chance because of very casual encounters. This is the case of a grade 1 class which conceived a wonderful inclusive project, because grade 1 students went into a day center with Alzheimer elderly patients, with dementia patients, and through the dancing activities, drawing activities, and playful activities, they could involve and engage the patients and the guests across the territory. They wanted to organize a meeting, so we established a network around that tiny meeting. We offered some relationship places, some spaces for them. We did call some speakers which could support them and enhance the network. So someone else who was already gifted by a previous experience. So let's see what other schools carry out the same kind of experience. So we called other friends, and this is Roberto Capetti, who brought in his wonderful project known as La Carovana dei Pacifici, the caravan that was toured by the cooperative network. This is the network of education, cooperative education, and all this was taking place within Villa Grimaldi. The Pacifici are people narrating peace. So this is an incredible installation that was animating the museum and somehow was adding strength and power to the message launched by the meeting, the relation which bears its own fruits. With ICA, the provincial centers aiming at the education of adults, with them we often work. And there is another colleague, a highly sensitive colleague who collaborates with us. Her name is Loredana Pessa. She is the manager of Museum Luxoro, which is now closed, including textile and ceramic collections. And she's also part of the history of the Gyrox. This is the exhibition that was organized in collaboration with the young people collaborating with the civil service, within the civil service, so as to try and target the Albanian community, together with other communities which are attending the schools, the literacy schools and the literacy centers, educational and literacy centers. There are many complex stories. This is a civil service representative. She's a young woman, and everything then ends up in narrating different cultures, in showing and taking out of the places where they are preserved the cashmere shawls and textile artworks and craftworks, so as to give to everyone something which could represent within our own collections a link with their own reality, with their own culture. And we ended up dancing in the end with a number of different participants belonging to our own Genovese community, which is a multi-ethnic community, and from the auditorium of the museums of Strea Nova, they all ended up dancing one with another. Here you see new meshes of the network, which come from the Scuola Vernazza, the school that launched a project in the Levante territory of our city, which launched a theatrical educational work, teaching through theater. Here you see some scenes. They captured in the network their own parents, because their parents came to know the museum through the narration, which was the work, the theatrical work and experience of their own children. The Vernazza school is the school which is also the place where school is allowed to exist in a hospital. So this then ended up in the Gaslini Hospital, the pediatric hospital in our city, where, thanks to the luggage of the person who works with children, we go and work and bring with us a bit and parts of our own museum. We narrate stories of the museum, and we give these children the possibility of experimenting while they're receiving their treatments, while they are hospitalized and waiting up for their workups. We give them the possibility of doing what their own mates are doing in a classroom just a few meters away from them. This year we had a great shock, unfortunately, because the colleague who is in charge of this activity had to, starting from this year, and this activity has been led forward for some 20 years, and starting from this year we need to have some medical certifications that need to be produced before you access the hospital wards. Now my colleague has been endowed with a card which testifies and certifies his own good health status, and thus allowing him to have access to the wards, to the hospital wards. We didn't want to drop this kind of activity. We were very much sad, because when we were for the umpteenth time asked to produce certifications, we said that we would drop everything, whilst instead my colleague was very much hard-headed. He has been retired for some 6 years, and he works as a volunteer. He has been working for the past year as a volunteer. And here is the story that was imagined by the children of the Gaslini Hospital. the title of which was Viaggiando, together with the Capitan D'Albertis, with D'Albertis captain. So I am showing the names because these realities are part of the network. Istituto Chiassone is one of them. Maybe the third or the fourth day that I was working there, I met someone who came from the Istituto Chiassone, and he was asking me if I wanted to collaborate with the Istituto Chiassone. And since then, the activity is evolving. It goes by moments, because sometimes services are closed, and to us, doing a network means networking around the same word. Even if the service or the word was closed, we still offered it. Hauser was doing its own share, accompanying the elderly people to whom the service was no longer provided. And this year, we had the great satisfaction of having a request on the side of the Istituto Chiassone of carrying out a series of activities for the sake of the adolescents, that is to say, for those who are not have not yet finished their own rehabilitation program, that have not come to the end of that program. After that, the program ends, probably. And earlier on, we were saying, I apologize because I have to skip back, but earlier on I was saying, sorry, I apologize for that. That's because of my haste. So earlier on I was mentioning memorandums of understanding. And in this case, we did more or less the same thing in order to allow Castello d'Albertis to have a tool of accessibility, which was real. We contacted Hens. We had an interpreter. As you can see, he's working here. And we contacted Carlo De Biase, who was already in charge of the accessibility part for the capital museums. And after that, he was conducting some accessibility work here in Rome. And what you see here is Valentina Dani. This is a backstage moment of the 100 hours that were needed and necessary to study action after action, to understand the accuracy of the gesture and of the action, so as to change our training information and the caption systems so as to translate that into the sign Italian language, to translate it in French, English, and Spanish, because a single tool, that is the tablet that you see, is capable of managing all this and handling all this. So this is not going to be a ghettoing tool in the end. And this was part of the project, a project which is part of a network of regional museums that were being part of a European regional project. So this is why we were part of it. So we also allowed some accessibility activity to be part of the project through a model which was obtained through a 3D printer. So this is the model of the website, and this is the place of the website in the city. And here, this is Melina and Eugenio, who nowadays hold some very important capacities here in Rome within the Unione Italiana Cechi. Philos is a pedagogic academy in which works with autistic kids. And together with them, we started a series of activities which then involved and included different tools that were made available to the public to allow them to read the museum. This was a short video clip, and here again this is another short video which is entitled Identities, and this brings us back to Palazzo Bianco in a dialogue with the self-portrait of Luca Cambiaso showing and portraying his father Giovanni. And here instead you see a dépliant of the museum which was made by the students, by the kids themselves. Philos, this is the way the network works. Philos was the means through which we reached ANXA, with which we collaborated on the ceramic stretch, and we set up a ceramic laboratory. We dismantled the museum teaching section, and we transformed it in the place where we expose the ceramic works, and where we could also organize a market. So being a network, doing some networking activities means also this, and this is very much in line with what the colleague from Trento was saying. And our students and kids also taught to other classes their own technique of processing the ceramics. So different techniques, copying techniques, tattooing techniques were taught, and the Dei Basaglia Center, il Centro Diurno Basaglia, is a center which is part of the mental health services. Part of the network, is part of the network for a long time, and during the final activities carried out by the activities, the service was then closed. The psychologist had that idea of spoiling everything, telling the boys and the families that that was going to be their own last day of carrying out that activity. And once again, because of hard-headedness, we could obtain the most beautiful result of all. Probably one of the most beautiful results. Not maybe the most beautiful of every other result, but one of the better results, of the best results. But these kids who are no longer under the care of the services come to visit the museum, and they see them. We see them here working. All of them were initially 26, and now we have some 16. So we lost not many of them, because not many of them dropped out of this kind of activity. We call them the anchovies, because this is the ANFAS community which was referred to us through a project known as Alice Revisited, the possibility of revisiting Alice in a very special place, which is the Castello d'Albertis and the Parchi de' Nervi, the Nervi parks, allowing them to revisit the story of Alice through a wonderful photographer known as Alberto Terrile. All of the Alices established their home in the castle, and every Thursday the castle becomes their home. And they come here to party together, to celebrate their anniversary, to meet one another, and to party together. All of the subjects I mentioned are now part of a project for which I will never end thanking Silvia Mascheroni. That is the project known as Museo per Tutti, Museum for Everyone, which was very much wanted by the Fondazione D'Agostini. It has a number of different partners. And all of the subjects with which we did some networking accessed the network in order to help us put together something which could then prove useful to people having intellectual disabilities, so as to facilitate the understanding and the cognition of the museum, but also the time of the museum, the sensory time of the museum. Sensoriale, in other words, is a place which is seen as a hyperbaric room where you can metabolize all of the stimuli that were made available during the visit, a place where you can lay down, listen to music, and where you can try and play music by whistling, by hitting the percussions, and while looking at lights. Seeing a family with an autistic child laying down on Sensoriale was probably one of the most beautiful examples and experiences, one of the most emotional ones. Now, we talked about the Grand Tour. The Grand Tour is a project which is not only taking place in Genova, but we welcomed it within museums. Museums have turned into the place of training, of migrating guides, of welcoming people in, accepting them in, and of their own training. I myself did play a significant role in terms of the methodology of the guided tour and visit, and then in the end they found their own pathway. And here they are with their own groups. Then we have two chains of books. The first one, the second one, known as Working Tools, through which some networking was done with the publishers, with the Anders magazine in Genova, with illustrators, writers, authors, and other people who then accessed our own activities and became part of us and of our own activities. This year we had a new publishing activity. We published a final thesis, a graduate thesis. There was a graduate from the academy who then graduated in Urbino, in the city of Urbino, who dedicated to the Castello d'Albertis her own final thesis, thus illustrating a series of laboratory activities. I will skip the encounters and I conclude. So here you see the faces of the people that were important while carrying out our own activities. And I will skip some pictures, some images. I apologize for that. And here I am landing on what I mean to say as a conclusion. The exhibition in Palazzo Bianco, this is an important exhibition which is part of a series of activities of a pipeline which is important for Genova, the ones of the collectors that bring to life museums. A collector who still wants to stay anonymous today decided to donate to the city his entire collection of graphics, and he wanted to donate an essay which is a collection of some 50 works by Dürer, some print works by Dürer, and that was done through an exhibition. You can see the exhibition, which was carried out thanks to the network and together with the Accademia delle Belle Arti, and through the didactic course held in the museum, and thanks to the colleagues, the engraving colleagues, we could inaugurate this Dürer place, the place where you encounter technique. The catalog was made by an art historian, and we are greatly happy and satisfied to read about the iconography of the many engravings that are shown. Nothing about the technique is said, though. And the kids, thanks to their Sunday presence, can explain different techniques of engraving. And I would like to close by reading a mail. I accessed the laboratory with the first group of 6 people, and then we started seeing other people constantly accessing the place, and the room was never empty. And I believe that this was a reason of great satisfaction for the organizers and the students that were working there. And knowing that that anonymous collector was made very greatly happy is important. I appreciated the accurate choice of the tools and the accuracy of the information provided to the visitors in a very simple way. And as to the 7 students who work there, they are excellent, accurate in their expressions, kind, and very much aware of the importance of teaching, of the teaching role. So the work as a whole needs to be praised. I cannot just refrain from saying it. Maybe this is something I shouldn't say because I wouldn't want to disturb the working group. And I must say that I was strongly impressed by the student who was explaining the art of the burin, the graving burin, an art which was marked by a high degree of refinement, which was very moving and touching. All in all, that was a wonderful experience to trust once again the young people. Thank you. And now I would call Alessandro Leon, Research Center for Problems on Work, about the economy of work, and museum management and hosting services and welcoming services. Good evening. I did not prepare any slides. My presentation is going to be highly structured. The reason for that is that this is a subject which is going through a very special moment, a development moment. And as you probably know, the hosting services, welcoming services are part of the bids for calls launched by the CONSIP, which is an agency. And it's about a year and a half which we've been working on any such bids for calls. And let's say that the type of presentation I would like to make goes back to my own experience, past 2 years and a half experience, such as the construction of reception services and acceptance services within the state museums. And there are 2 types of experiences. The first one is the one experienced as a member of the council of the Park of Ostia Antica. And in that capacity, I had to work together with the museum so as to structure, plan, design all of the reception services of the Park of Ostia Antica. The other experiences are coming from my own experience. I am an economist. I work in the field of museum economy, the financial aspect, the planning, the designing of services within the museums is something I have been doing many times and carrying out as an activity in past years. I will deal with different types of topics. In the first place, I will make some reflections, especially with respect to the designing of the reception services, the hospitality and acceptance services. I believe that these themes have to be the very core of our debates. And as far as my own experience, while CONSIP is building up a very important experience because it works and collaborates with many museums at the same time, I must say that there isn't much of a dialogue ability and exchange ability amongst the different administrations. Or at least it seems not an easy thing to have this amongst directors of museums or to have an exchange of information as to how the directors or museums should structure the reception services, the hospitality services. Then the second part of my presentation will be reasoning on the different elements of my education and my own activity. So in the light of my own experience, I will say what needs to be done through the institutes, through the tools available to the education ministry in order to improve the processes and the making of any such bids for calls. And why is it that whenever we talk about hospitality and reception services, in the end means that we're talking about museums? And the first observation I would like to make is exactly the following. As a consultant, my work was not what initially it seemed to be. I was substantially someone who was putting together papers such as call for tenders, call for proposals, and the many invitation to tenders or bids, competitive calls. And the discovery, as far as I am concerned, which to me was very much clear and obvious ever since the beginning, but not for I cannot say the same for the administration. Well, I would like to say that this technical element that is the difficulty of having to come into contact with economic topics, legal topics, entails a difficulty, a lack of skills, a lack of knowledge. But the true problem and the great work regarding reception and hospitality services is having to do with the museum, because you cannot design any such services if you do not rethink entirely the museum and redesign them, even if you reconfirm them. So the reception and hospitality services cannot be different from your own institutional tasks and activities. This is taking away a lot of time. This is time-consuming, mind-consuming, especially on the side of the administrative staff and the administration which intends to redesign the hospitality and reception services because of their own organization, because of the kind of services that were provided in past times, sometimes very modest, and the tasks to be adopted by the administration, and sometimes the tasks were not entrusted to societies and to associations of services. So you have to wonder where to place the services, where to locate them physically. Was it right to place them there, as we did before? And are they meaningful with respect to the fact that if I want to obtain some resources through additional services, then that's not just one and the same to see how you place them, how you organize them, how you locate them. So the greatest part of the work for people like me was the one of reorganizing their work, of highlighting the central elements in the designing and making of the services. And the combination, being capable of combining this aspect with the fact that museums are not idle, are not frozen. meaning that this is a ministry which is constantly evolving, changing. Its functions are changing. The territories and the offices are changing. The museums that are aggregated one with another tend to change constantly. And if you establish a call for tender or a competitive call, the service will have to modify itself. And I have to consider my time horizon, my timeline, which has to be fixed. But we have to have a clear thought, and if we have to do this for 7 years, that given kind of setup or system has to stay the same. And I'm referring to the museum, but not so much to the museum seen as a change or a transformation, the change of museums that become independent and then they are no longer autonomous and independent, they become museum poles or hubs. And even the changing of the layout and the setup is something that allows me to provide additional services. But then when it boils down to designing them, and if I have to design them, I have to design something which is stable. The museums are not just staying fixed and staying or are not immobile entities. And here I'm referring to Ostia Antica. And I know that in Ostia Antica we will spend some 35 million euros in terms of investments to be made in the next 5 years. There are going to be new additional ecologic areas, the open castle, the extended services within the archaeological park and area. And those investments, and here I'm doing some self-criticism, because we did clearly conceive the type of competitive call which have required some clear thinking, far-sighted thinking, hoping that the 35 millions will then be allocated to us. But if ever they were to be allocated, we will open the Area Archeologica di Porto, which is a huge area, a beautiful area, which really is worth being enhanced. Unfortunately, we do not have enough staff members to manage and handle that area. This is only a tiny thing to make you understand that theoretically those contracts given in concession have to make us know whether we will have to have some stuff which will grant the protection of that territory or grant and allow the opening of that new extended museum, since we do not have enough staff members today. So what am I to do? 5 years ahead, I must try and do some fundraising as much as possible, because 5 years later, I will need staff members that will have to work there. Otherwise, I will not be capable of opening that museum, allowing people to access it, not even the Museum of the Boats and of the ancient Roman boats. And again, there is another problem, which is the internal staff members. And if we do not have guardians with a fixed contract, I cannot just think of having subjects there, subjects who were acquired through the hospitality and reception services. Now, this is something that we should discuss here within the ministry, because this is a very serious topic, something very serious indeed. I may start thinking that I could earn enough money thanks to the restaurants, so much so that I could pay 5 staff members, but I cannot do it because of protection reasons and rather reasonable things. But then if I don't have the people to hire and the trade unions say, no, this is not possible, this is not going to allow anything. So this is what I have to conceive today. This is what I have to plan today somehow. And this is my technical problem, because I am handling a series of services and managing them in a territory, in a museum and within an archaeological site, which will change 3 years from today. There is going to be an increase in visitors, and through this we should also allow for more reception services, more hospitality services, people accessing and staying within those centers. There are going to be pathways that are going to be technologically more advanced, so that apart from fixing the many problems having to do with the protection of mosaics, the maintenance, ordinary and extraordinary maintenance of museums, well, this means that maybe this will allow us to keep the museum open for a longer period and to allow people to stay within the museum for a longer period. Then I just mentioned Ostia Antica, but I have similar problems of a different entity, of a different value, even with other services within other different museums. But the true point, which is what I started off from, is that it is difficult to allow for this kind of services if I'm not 100% sure of what my archaeological area will look like in 5 years, 3 years from today. We tried, we imagined what could be the layout, and this is where we will be working, what we will be working on. But we will have to have private entities to access this situation, finding a situation which is going to be acceptable, even in the case where the investments will not take place, where the access is not going to reach the levels we imagined, and knowing that if the extensions will ever take place, we will see the doubling of accesses of visitors, and there is going to be more liquidity to be cashed in, and there are going to be other services which are going to be doubled. So the fact that the ministry is constantly changing represents a problem, an objective problem. And even when we hear excellent pieces of news whereby new funds will be allocated so as to make maintenance works, which is needed and has been needed for many years. And then there is another problem which has got to do with the autonomy. My experience was gained within autonomous independent museums, not hubs, not museum poles. Had I been instead involved in the making of services for museum hubs and poles, I would have had different huge problems because of the very fact that I would have to set up some contracts for services, concessions of services, contracting out of services where the museums have not been yet considering the hierarchies, which are not only having to do with visitors. What are the enhancement operations which are needed and should be carried out in across vast areas and highly differentiated areas? Lucky me, I was working only within independent and autonomous museums, which I foster. And for those who work like me, that's very useful, because in any such entities you have very careful and attentive administration. The officers, the superintendents, the directors working in any such entities have a clear-cut mission in their mind. They knew what they wanted. They know exactly how to design what they need on the basis of a pathway. This is something which is made possible, and which is possible with independent autonomous museums. It is possible to set up services with audio guides, audiovisual guides, merchandising activities, ticketing services, food and beverage activities in different ways can also be conceived. But what is happening right now, substantially speaking, at least as far as the museums I worked with, is that we are trying to have more than a call for tender, more than a call for competition. We would separate the ticketing activities, the food and beverage activities from all the rest. This is a defensive kind of approach because unfortunately we know that the invitations will fail. Much depends on the tender, much depends on the competition and the discounts, but I wouldn't want to incur in the same experience of 1995-96, which is yet pending. One of the issues is that we have to try and build up and design some call for tenders whereby there's going to be some profit cropped and obtained, and at the same time we should be capable of selecting one operator truly capable of doing marketing activities to operate on the market. The threshold issue is very relevant. As far as I'm concerned, at least, the barrier of the 250,000 visitors is a threshold or a limit which is very important. Under that threshold, it's hard to conceive, to design services to be contracted out. When I say services contracted out and given in concession, I mean the ticketing activities, the teaching activities, even the audiovisual guides, the guided visits especially. Probably this can be done even under any such thresholds in the case of given services, but whenever we talk about business plan, we do realize that these services have a very low value. Very low indeed. And only too often they are somehow somewhat connected to needs of compensation. And the only resource, the only possible source or resource where we could try and obtain some profits is the ticketing office, selling tickets. So the integration, which is possible on tiny museums, is that part of the resources coming from the ticket selling activities may compensate in a cross-sectional way for the services that are not yielding any profits or that have a very low yielding profit capacity. So what are you left with? Well, if you have the ticketing office, then you have a high selling potential, because tickets also include the component which has to be paid back to the state without any royalties and without any interests. And with the old call for tenders, that was equal to 20%. With the new ones, we start off from 30 downwards, maybe 30 to 20% net of the tender, or net of the competitive call. And if I have to agree with the ticketing office, I am confronted with an open problem. And this is an information I want to share with you. If the ticket office prevails in the networks that are going to be formed, it is going to be the ticket person selling tickets who will have the greatest ability of affecting the decisions of the RTIs. There are the great cooperatives, the large companies that allow for that ability of having ticket selling people. The market is by now made by 2 or 3 large enterprises, and these enterprises and businesses can provide all of the services, including the ticketing service or the ticket selling service. So it is very hard to unbundle the different services, even the ones of the audio guides, the audio visits, which instead should be the primary objective of the hosting and hospitality or reception services. Well, I'm saying this because the presence of these services, which is essential, which proves to be very useful, which is a direct management, which unfortunately is not possible in the next years, makes it very hard and complex to obtain the networks through the competitive system, to the bidding system. This allows for intermediate results, and unfortunately, as you know, the first 30 museums exceed the 250,000 visitors out of the 550 that are typical of the central state museums. So we are reasoning on archaeological areas and museums which represent the minority of the museum heritage available to the state. And under the 200,050 euros, there is a problem because they won't allow any profits, and the bids and the tenders will be deserted, will not be going on. So the fact of tendering museums and compensating for the presence within any such systems of other museums which are having high rates of visitors. Well, if you well remember, one of the points, main points of the Ronchey law was the one of finding an integration between large hubs and smaller hubs, and thus redistributing them and bringing ticket office where it was hard to bring them, and open them even where it was unthinkable. Today, the idea of making profits is sort of a contradiction, is a clash with that idea. We can still make profits, but the ability of conceiving a system or a systematic action is rather more complex. So whenever you draw the line and you see what can be done, unless you have a huge museum which allows for 500,000 visitors, if not more, and only in that case you can have consistent sales, then maybe in that case the tenders will be participated and the competitive bids will be entered. I obviously do not want to have any discounts, and the more discounts, the more aggressive the behavior of the managers is going to be after the winning of or the awarding of the tender and after the awarding of the contract, because one of the big problems in the past 5 years was the one of managing a highly conflictual and conflicting relations amongst the subjects. Obviously, sustainability has to be granted, and if you grant sustainability, the management of the situation is going to be improving. So the management of all this, which as of today, envisages a combination of services may work, may be successful, but we have to be careful in setting them up only in the case of sufficient threshold of visitors, so as to grant the continuity of the service provided, so as to make it at least profitable to a given extent, and capable of paying back the costs of the subcontracting or the contracting, and also allowing for some qualitative service to be given to the public and to the visitors. Now, the true issue, the true problem is how to do all this. How can we do all this? Let me say it again, not the entire state-owned heritage comes with any such characteristics, and even if we have reorganized it, redesigned it, there are some autonomous independent museums which exceed any such quantities, but if they do not exceed them, the next problem will be the one of what to do with those archaeological areas, additional services and museums, which will never provide any additional services. So I have no solutions. I cannot precise and explain accurately what the layout or setup could be. But quite clearly, in the original designing of the services, no evaluation whatsoever was done about or with regard to the economic thresholds that are needed in order to provide any such additional services. No reasonings were made, and if ever they were made, they were really very fragile, whilst instead the ministry should start thinking along these lines and across any such subjects, because if the competitive bids do not come with any such characteristics, if the call for competition are not characterized in such a way, it is going to be hard to have something that really will work in future times. I must say that the interaction with CONSIP was useful, truly useful. At least as far as I'm concerned, that was not a negative experience. I found myself confronting people who learned something after 3 years, who learned some lessons. Yes, maybe they did launch some food and beverage competitive bids rather than services. And let's see if over the future years they will be doing something better. As far as CONSIP goes, I would like to say that it is not about the quality of services that they are implementing, but rather I would want to see their own experience, the more material experience which has got to do with platforms, with the construction of specifications of call for competitions and tenders, and the many additional services. Once this is done, very little is going to be left within the superintendencies, the associations, and the museum director associations. And here is where we trip into another aspect, and here I would want to call your attention. There are some needs, educational needs, formative needs, training needs, on the side of the training superintendencies. They need them. Sometimes they may establish and design some tenders, some bids. There are going to be many entities that will help you build up your business plan. But as a matter of fact, you should always be keeping them under control. And the fact that you were convinced to do a business plan is not sufficient. It's not enough for someone to take upon himself the responsibility to say that that system could hold. But you should also know that once the competition has come to the awarding of the contract, and when the contracts are awarded, then you should be in a position of evaluating not only the quality of the service, but also the economic activities which were agreed, and if they match. And if there are any deviations, I have to know why that happened, if they are reasonable or understandable or acceptable. And the fact that you have delegated everything to CONSIP instead is what has diminished the difficulty of carrying out this kind of activity. But let me say this, this is not eliminating the more general issue or theme, because in 2-3 years from today, you will always have to be capable of carrying out some controlled services with respect to the additional services provided. This is something that takes place. I've seen some Excel sheets which are poor, unfortunately, and they are very poor because the interaction does not work. And if you don't know what questions you should ask, then you shouldn't ask questions. and they will, in the end, allow for some information which is going to hide many things that instead are useful and should be known. So if there is a learning need, a training need, that is also true of the officers and of the executive officers, for those who already work within superintendencies. We don't need any new masters. We have to think of new training modules that are very contained, very much limited, well done nonetheless. We need some exercises and exercise drills which make it possible to handle and manage additional services, even from the administrative point of view. And everything will take place through the internet. We will see better than monitoring. I don't know if you have seen programs that are better done, that feed the news sources and that yield back a system providing you information as to the presences, the visits, how many tickets were sold, how many young people access the service. So this is giving you a dashboard. Today it's quite easy. There are some Australian American societies or companies coming to Europe and selling any such services. But the point is that you have to know the systems. You have to become familiar with these systems, and the data need to be interpreted. It's not enough to monitor them. You have to reconstruct and simulate what the private entity did in order to understand whether they did what they had to do till the very end. So there is an element, and this element should have to do with the control aspect, as I said, that is to say those tools that allow them to verify that the activity has been carried out. Not just this, but we should also have a minimum level of knowledge of other factors as well. And if, in general, the ticket selling service, the hospitality services, the reception services, and other additional services require the designing and redesigning of the museum, and I can assure you that this is exactly what happened with Ostia Antica and with other examples, then I must say that we have to talk about general knowledge. And quite clearly today, an officer in charge of a museum has to have an accurate knowledge, nosographic knowledge, archaeological knowledge. He has to know the behavior of visitors. He has to know exactly what kind of demand is confronting him. Who are the visitors? What are they asking? So he needs tools capable of measuring the degree of satisfaction of the visitors. This is something that by now everyone does, but also understanding why they visit any such places, what kind of use and activities they carry out. So they have to know the tools. There are some questionnaires, some forms, we have to design them. There are technologies to assess any such needs, and we can even explain them and teach them. There are some legal matters, very relevant matters, and I found great difficulties. I was met by great difficulties at this stage, and I'm referring to Ostia Antica, because I had to understand deeply the relationships existing with the current contractors. It is hard to do with any such contractors. It's truly difficult, truly complex. It is always a kind of a relationship which is entailing different kinds of conflicts. Everyone is interpreting everything, rules, laws, contracts, competitive calls, specifications, and within the superintendency there is almost no one. There was a turnover, generational turnover. And because those who knew the subject matter have left and are retired by now, but also because the rules, the norms have changed, the laws have changed, and the procedures no longer work. And even in the midst of any such changes, there is a need and a true educational requirement, which is very important. So the management of contract means that you have to know how to respond to the questions, to the criticisms, to the needs and requirements voiced out by the contractors. One last matter, which is a legal matter. Undoubtedly, you should also know the mechanisms of the contracting out, the many contracting out of subcontracts. It is true that we are supported by a network of bodies amongst which we find concept, but then we have to have a truly good knowledge of any such rules. and the procedures that allow their making. So it's not enough to know the rules and the regulations, but you have to know how the additional services are being run, managed, and considered from the institutional point of view, from the legal point of view. So here again, it would be necessary to invent new training tools that could prove helpful and that could help the superintendencies to have a normal relationship on an equal footing, a level playing relationship with those companies that sell services. It is not easy to have relations with these entities. This is something we learned in 1995 when the Ronquet law was born. It was enough to think at that time to contract out, to rethink the museums. But what we did not imagine was that we would create monsters of such a magnitude. And this was due to the fact that additional services yield very low profits, very low added value. There aren't many profits or proceedings coming out of them. The only way to make profits is the way of acting like supermarkets. Supermarkets don't allow for great profits. The yield of the profits in supermarket terms is equal to 2%. This is the case of Conad. But here again, the sector is not that different. This sector is not that different. If you want to have a profit of a given entity, even if it is only equal to 1% of the entire activity, you have to have sales equal to 50 millions, a turnover of 50 millions. So where is the difficulty? Well, the difficulty is that we are confronting ourselves with 4 companies, 3 companies, not just a single market, but an oligopoly market, oligopolistic market. This has got to do with ticket services, educational and teaching services. In order to have and to deal with any such gigantic monsters, you have to be well prepared, even from the institutional and legal point of view. You probably need not have too many lawyers, but that is a system which is well equipped. They have their own legal experts, jurists, they have their own accountants, they know how to behave, they know what to do. And it is not just to be given for granted that it's going to be easy to work with them. In the food and beverage system and sector, there are some entities like that, not even the best ones that we may find. Thank you for your attention. Daniela Tisi and Francesca Riccio, please come to the table, come to the podium. But let me say something in favor of those who work within the ministry, within the civic libraries, within all of the archival systems. There are very few of us. Unfortunately, very few of us. And all of those who existed, who well knew the rules, the regulations, the norms, and everything else, have come to the end of their own working careers, their working pathways. And behind us, there is a hiatus. There is nothing. So it is going to be hard to train in the time span of 3 months a new set of managers. We have grown old. We bring with ourselves our own heritage, and we hope in the future. We have good hopes in stock for the future, but we don't know what will happen. Now, Daniela Tisi. She's not here? Okay, then you take the floor. Maybe you could come here. Good evening. My name is Francesca Riccio. I represent the General Secretariat of MIBACT, within which, within this MIBACT, there is an office that does some coordination activity, as you probably know. And inside that office, we have some people dedicated and devoted to the care at national level, to the coordination of some programs and some UNESCO agreements and conventions, which are having to do with cultural heritage. Let's only say very briefly, as an introductory note, that the UNESCO, the Organization of the United Nations for Education and Science and Culture, is representing three pillars, three platforms upon which the UNESCO is displaying its array of activities so as to promote the development of such associations for purposes of peace and security. The pillars are education, science, and culture. There is a pipeline of activities, UNESCO activities, which is devoted and dedicated to education. This is not exactly where we work. We belong to the Ministry of Cultural Heritage, and our reference benchmark is culture, which is intertwined with other elements that come across and that are at crossroads with education. Let's say that the programs and the UNESCO conventions and agreements, and here you see an excerpt of the article of the agreement or convention, which is probably the most well-known and successful, which is the one about worldwide heritage, tend to represent tools which rest upon a participatory approach. Now, what does this entail? It entails that for the implementation of agreements and of the UNESCO programs, especially with cultural heritage reference, you should display a series of arrays of activities, not just the one that have to do with the identification of the UNESCO sites, which is something that takes place through candidates and the listing of candidates, or other things that are taking place through the monitoring of the preservation status and conditions, but also with the enhancement activities and the passing and transmission to future generations, which need to take place through a series of activities whereby there is promotion, education, training, dissemination of culture. All of these activities are varied at a national level and at international level as well. So, in other words, with UNESCO, but also with the many activities that are carried out within MIBAC and by MIBAC. So the value seems to be the one that I will try to represent today very quickly. The value lies in the complexity of the actions, different and complementary. They tend to differ according to the types of actions, to the types of users and visitors, to the types of topics, which may be more general or more specific, as we shall see later on. Let's say that while looking at the international framework, and more in particular, while looking at the agreement for the national worldwide heritage, which is what I work on, I would like to recall that UNESCO was fine-tuning a specific program devoted to education. That means World Heritage Education Program, which was created in 1994, which is made of a series of educational activities that are differentiated, which is geared to the youngest brackets of the community and inviting them to participate in the knowledge of this heritage, in the value of this very heritage, and also to share the problems, the issues, the threats which come along with the heritage and to which the heritage itself is subject. The list of the activities displayed by UNESCO are here shown in the slide, which means that there are some activities targeting educators and teachers. There are tools developed by seminars and workshops at national level, at regional, supra-regional, regional, and national level. And when we talk about regions, we talk about the regions of the world, because the heritage has been scattered across the different worldwide regions. This called into the play more than 3,500 volunteer workers, projects that are being implemented most of all through summer camps that took place in 61 countries. So UNESCO makes available tools such as the World Heritage Young Hands Kit, which was translated in 43 languages, one of which was Italian. This is a tool which is by now slightly old, but which still is considered to be useful to us because it contains useful tips to design and plan our own activities at national level. an important tool, educational tool, which was fine-tuned by the UNESCO, was represented by the youth forums. We already organized some 40 of any such forums. And in the framework of one of any such forums, some representatives, young representatives, especially from Spain, were implementing and realizing the symbol that you see on the bottom left side, known as the Patrimonito. The Patrimonito was something that was promoted by the forum of the Youth Forum, and the symbol is the mascot of the World Heritage. So much so that in the end, the UNESCO was incentivizing the activities around this Patrimonito, this symbol, by launching campaigns, initiatives, and competitive bids to realize some cartoons and animations having the mascot as its own protagonist. Now, going back to the national field, the MIBAC office within UNESCO is the reference office for the implementation of some agreements and conventions. One is about the worldwide heritage in 1972, but also others are contained, the protection of cultural heritage in case of armed conflict, the fighting of illicit traffics, trying to prevent the import and export of goods owned by and falling within the cultural heritage protection, the underwater or the protection of and the promotion of the expressions of diversities, cultural diversities. So here, with this respect, we play a more central coordination role. These agreements and conventions rest upon a concept which is one of culture and cultural heritage. We are also then participating in other programs which are not specifically dedicated to cultural heritage, such as the program of the Geoparchi of UNESCO and the MAB, known as Città Creative, and the MAB program dedicated to the reserves of the biosphere represents a series of programs which are environmental programs, which are oriented and geared to geology and biology, and which deal with this kind of heritage through an approach defined by UNESCO as a holistic, which has got to do with many spheres of this background context, and where many other cultural, material, immaterial, tangible, intangible aspects fall. So we are supported by national technicians to implement any such programs. Now let's see how we can rapidly deploy our own activities as to the dissemination and sharing of training. And this can be done through diversified activities. We also said on the basis of the users, the end users, on the basis of the objectives and the goals, depending on the magnitude of the initiatives, which may vary according to the goal and to the end user. Now I will try and make some examples for you. I'll try and separate the information-oriented, promotion-oriented, dissemination-oriented activities, events, and training days or support measures. Unfortunately, you cannot have a clear vision, but let's get started with training days. The training days represent an initiative which was time after time deployed by our own General Management for Education and Research. And as I said, they had some stop and goes because of different magnitudes. So the object of the training was the programs of UNESCO and the agreements and conventions of UNESCO with a level of technicality and of in-depth understanding, which was variable according to the different editions of any such training activities. Here I just listed two. One was a previous activity, which was geared to the MIBAC staff in an undifferentiated way, so the information was very much generic. Then there was another part of activities carried out in 2017 aiming at training the MIBAC staff, especially in trying to dedicate the staff to the preservation, the conservation, and the protection of the heritage itself. So the staff, the MIBAC staff, was very specific and highly trained. Then even more so, we could say that the training activities that are still ongoing and that deal with the understanding, the deep understanding of the UNESCO conventions and agreements, aimed at targeting the MIBAC staff, the expert staff of MIBAC, but also those who are in charge of the heritage and of the staffing of other organizations that are active across the territory while managing the UNESCO heritage. That means territorial bodies. In order to do this in an effective way, to the difference of the previous training and formative activities, these activities were articulated and differentiated according to their geographic locations. We detected some basins, reference basins. We had Central Italy, Sardinia, North Italy, South Italy, Sicily, and we have already realized that two activities, we have accomplished two activities. We have in mind of completing the cycles of the training activities so as to approach and be closer to the users. We have also seen different levels of participation and involvement on the side of our counterparts. This is the program, which I skip. Then here there is another type of information-oriented and training-oriented activity, which is addressing a specific type of experts, the so-called managers of the UNESCO sites. Each UNESCO site is managed and run by one management structure, which is having a variable formulation, which is different according to the different sites. The common aspect is represented by the fact that they represent a place of coordination on the side of different institutional figures who are competent for that site, for that context, for that reference territory. And they are being coordinated by one subject known as the site manager. So some of the initiatives are oriented and geared to the site managers, which is a way to guide the initiatives whenever you have to fulfill some requirements which are requested by the UNESCO, such as drafting a report, a regular report, and every 6 years this report is to be drafted and submitted by the different subjects involved. So this is one example, but there are many other innovations, other novelties in the implementations of the UNESCO conventions and agreements, because they require some endeavors on our side, because we have to become the interpreters of the requests that come up at international level, and we have to try and help our counterparts of the UNESCO sites in implementing them in given contexts and frameworks. Another kind of activity, which is totally different, is represented by events, large events, huge events for the public of experts, technical experts, and the activities are represented by national conferences. The last one, the seventh one, was taking place in the year 2016 in Palazzo Barberini, where some themes were dealt with, specific themes in the framework, in the general framework. In the year 2016, the goal was the one of focusing on the needs for the observatory that was to be set up for the UNESCO sites in order to understand, evaluate, and guide the management of the UNESCO sites.
Let me now quote amongst the promotional and dissemination activities the recent promotional campaign, which was made by MIBAC together with Rai Cultura in particular, with which we did realize and make some mini documentaries. In the movie making jargon, they are known as pearls or pills, regarding the sites of cultural heritage, worldwide cultural heritage, with the intention of not only representing beautiful places, but also the intention was the one of representing with significant images the websites, the UNESCO websites, through images, through pictures, and through texts. We wanted to represent the nature, the core of that UNESCO site, because each site is falling within a given category for given reasons. So not all of them allow for the clear understanding of that. Many people think that UNESCO website falls within that given list because of its artistic and historical interest, but this is not true. There are specific reasons for that, and we tried to represent them and to recap them by means of images and texts. Unfortunately, I cannot show them to you. And any such pearls or pills were broadcasted on the last fall and were broadcasted by Rai Cultura in 5 special programs and documentaries lasting an hour each one. And they all brought together around some general themes and issues, some UNESCO sites that could well represent them. The idleness of power, the places of cultural interchange, natural sites, the elements of the intangible heritage. All of them were broadcasted. Sometimes, or every now and then, they are being reproposed and reviewed, so they are being once again broadcasted. That was the case until the year 2018 at least. Last but not least, I would like to talk about support measures for the worldwide heritage sites, because Law 77 dating back to 2006, including the special measures for protection and use of the sites, that was a law that was made for the UNESCO sites, was recently extended to the other intangible elements of the intangible heritage. So there seems to be a growing interest with respect to this condition. So the support measures are substantially represented by about 5 types of measures. The first one has got to do with management plans, studies that are theme-oriented. Then there is also the possibility of asking some funds, the funding through this law can be asked, and this represents a good practice, which is exported even abroad. As far as we know, there are no other countries having such a financial tool, which was designed especially for the UNESCO sites. So let's say that the interventions that could receive some funds regard the management, the use and the support of the use of the sites, mobility, promotion of the wine and food and beverage heritage, and the promotion and protection and the enhancement of the sites of the UNESCO, their knowledge, their dissemination, their requalification within the school institutions, and the enhancement should be also done through instruction, educational journeys and trips organized by the schools. So one of the sectors covered by Law 77, which the Secretariat General is running and managing through the funds, and on a yearly basis there are some call for tenders that could envisage also some other different participants, and they are devoted to some themes such as enhancement, use, and development. Now, we can see as of today 316 projects that were funded for an amount exceeding 25 million euros, which was broken down in, as you can see, in amongst the different types of projects that could receive funds. And the cultural, touristic, promotional part received 24% of the funds, and 17% was allocated to teaching projects, teaching-oriented projects. Here we have another distribution according to the theme areas for the funded projects, which shows that at the beginning, thanks to this law, and because of the law, what dominated was a need to have management plans. That is, the UNESCO sites had to have a management plan, and they had to develop them. Whilst the development plans were updated and they were designed, the interest then shifted towards the implementation of the design actions that were envisaged, and also towards the ones that were meant to become training action, promoting action, and teaching actions. And more in particular, as far as this sector is concerned, we can see a distribution of different typologies, which is in line and very much in conformity with the tools displayed and utilized by UNESCO within its own program, which was aiming at the teaching and the understanding of its own cultural heritage. And here we can see frontal visits, laboratories, workshops, sensitization campaigns, just to name a few of them. And 37% was devoted to the fine-tuning of educational tools. 15% was for the implementation of animation and animated and cartoons and documentary films, and 15% for the didactic and teaching kits. All of this is reported and written in the white paper made by the General Service in two different editions. The recent one is the one dating back to 2018, where we find the forms and the explanatory cards of the different sites and projects, the ones that were made thanks to the funds and the funding received thanks to this law. In this slide, I wanted to represent two of them. One of them was referring to the two active websites having to do with the activities concerning teaching. The site of Mantova and Sabbioneta, which was creating and representing a model of the UNESCO Days for schools, a model that could be duplicated in different editions and even in the same context, but even in totally different contexts. And then the Sito dei Longobardi, the Longobardi sites in Italy, which is collecting different civilizations in Italy, from Monte Sant'Angelo in Puglia to other areas, where the networking concept is fundamental and where the teaching activities that are being realized once again through a complex set of activities that are complementary one to the other, and which also contemplate many educational trips and journeys, which is one of the most immediate and simple and immediate ways to strengthen this idea of the networking and the solidarity of the different counterparts, UNESCO counterparts, which is required. As of now, since we are reviewing the website, the institutional website, the publication is not available on the web, but if you are interested, you may present and submit your request to the addresses that are here shown, so as to have this white paper sent to you. Thank you. And this is the end of it. Good evening, and we'll meet again tomorrow morning.